base, and then it's shenanigans, it's crazy, and I'm excited to cast a moment like that. But other than Delmise, I think it is also representative of the metagame at large that has been the same for the last I don't even know how long, but all rounders just so freaking good all the time. Pokemon Unite, the developers, they love their all rounders. Clearly, we're getting 4 all rounders as our mega evolving Pokemon, with both Gyarados coming out in a couple of days, with Kyogre coming to Freya's again, and then Mega Charizard Y, which is more like an attacker, but it is categorically an all-rounder that'll be coming towards the end of the month. But we already have Mega Charizard X and also Mega Lucario, both all-rounders. And generally, all-rounders, like I was saying, just really, really strong. I've seen even some teams in the ACL playing no attackers,
Oh
or at
yeah.
least some of their Pokemon are filling that attacker role, like Suicune or Latias, filling that attacker role. The attacker role right now is somewhat in shambles. I mean, when Mewtwo Y, when Mega Charizard Y comes to the fray, it is more like an attacker. I'm interested to see how they categorically classify this Pokemon, because when you think about to the main series game, Mega Charizard Y is more of a special attacker and actually boosting its special attack to make things like Fire Blast or Flamethrower or Blast Burn, those abilities, a lot more powerful. So we may see something like changing Charizard Y into an attacker, categorically attacker, but we'll see. But going off to metagame again, Charizard the attackers are not doing so hot right now.
Yeah, I would actually, you bring up a good point with Mega Charizard Y. As much as I am not stoked to have another Charizard in this godforsaken game, I am curious to see if it will be maybe even a special attacker, changing it from physical to special. I actually think would be potentially pretty cool. I would like, even if it's not maybe, if it still is an all-rounder, I think changing it to a special attacker would be pretty interesting. I know that was one of my hopes when they first announced this new round of Mega Evolutions, that maybe we would see some like role changes from these like classic Pokemon, like kind of giving them a bit of a revamp in terms of like moveset and utility, which I feel like has actually been the case with a lot of these passives, which we don't have insight, I believe, into Mega Gyarados or a Mega Charizard Y's passive just yet. So I am very curious to see what those will bring, just because those seem to be like the most impactful changes when it comes to at least Mega Luca and Mega Charizard X so far.
Yeah, I think they've really just been dipping their toes in trying to change these regular Pokemon into mega evolving Pokemon, like you were saying with the passive abilities. But we saw a little bit with that trailer. I think just kind of going off of what the trailer was looking like, Mega Charizard Y, when it goes into that Mega Evolution, it's suspended higher than regular Charizard. So, like
Oh my
regular Charizard
god.
in its Unite move. So, I kind of think you are suspended above the ground, not just flying, but above the ground, like a regular Charizard is in their Unite move, and actually being able to use Fire Blast from that extended height. And if that's the case, I think this Pokemon is going to be absolutely insane to deal with. It's hard to target Charizard when it's above the ground like that, higher than it normally is. And also like that Fire Blast like radius. It's kind of insane. I think I was talking about it on Twitter. Like, that is almost as large as a goal zone. Like, it
If
might be
not
larger than a
bigger.
goal zone.
But yeah, it definitely does seem like Mega Charizard Y stay like, as opposed to X, which doesn't kind of like levitate above the ground after it unites. It's like more physical. It's like on the ground and just like goes into Mega Mode, versus Charizard Y still goes into the sky. But enough about the Charizards of it all. We are going to be getting into our first game of the day, 2 a.m. Gaming versus Lunex Gaming.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get a update from production on which game this is, but I believe this may be game 2, possibly even game 3. Just looking at the timing right now, being 45 or so minutes after the bracket has started. But 2 a.m. Gaming versus Lunix Gaming on our orange side. Not super familiar with either of these two teams. I do know some of these names though. On our purple side, IMAX, Adaminja, We, AJ, Anisons. I believe this is. Correct me if I'm wrong. who was this team again? This was Goofy Goobers of North
The
America. So I do remember their
Goobers.
name, and then I recognize some of the members on the side of Lunex Gaming's. Umbreons is a community member, but not so much of the other members of their team.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of all the gamer tags, so
Yeah,
I am aligned
changing
with you.
gamer
I'm
tags.
definitely more familiar with Lunex. They are pretty prominent in a lot of grassroots tournaments, especially in this off season. I'm a big Goofy Goobers fan in general, so excited to see what they are going to be cooking up. We do have Lunex on the left side and 2AM on the right side. So Lunex can get the first pick here. Interesting Zera Aura ban and the Trevenant ban, but I guess I'm a little less surprised at the Trevenant, a little more surprised at that Zera ban.
I believe the Zero ban is specifically for Luigi on the side of
Mm.
2AM Gaming. I do know that this team does have a Zero Aura player. I just can't recall who that is. But take a look at the start, though. We were talking about the Mega Evolving Pokemon, but also just surprised to see both of them going through drafts. So Mega Lucario still available. There is that Mega Charizard X and Delmai. So starting off really strong for both of these teams, not even rounding out their supportive core. That's just how strong some of these Pokemon, especially these all-rounders, are. You typically see the earlier parts of draft either your supportive core or Pokemon that are really powerful in the metagame, and both teams have rounded or at least started their draft out with some really strong Pokemon. Miraidon, probably the best Pokemon, or at least the best attacker in the game right now, being so consistent in the backline with Charge Beam Rip.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love seeing this Delmise get so much priority. I am very excited to see what it is going to bring to the table and even what movesets they're going to opt for. Obviously, I think you do have some flexibility there. I would imagine we're seeing the anchor shot since we're in some coordinated play. Eldegoss and Crustle being picked up as well for 2AM Gaming, both support core menaces. So not shocking to see them grabbed here.
Yeah, Darkrai rounding out the attacker core for Lunix Gaming. Once again, still on our purple side. We'll get that updated for you in just a moment. And their supportive core is actually quite interesting. We have a Psyduck and a Wigglytuff, so not a traditional healer on their team. One thing I do want to point out is they have fairly good self-sustain, right? Mega Lucario has kind of self-healing on its own, especially when it's hitting multiple targets with its close combat. Generally, Miraidon and this Darkrai are harder Pokemon to target, so not really relying on their healing, more relying on the individual player's prowess to evade the enemy team. But it's going to be really tough when you have Pokemon like a Mega Charizard and a Blaziken running amok in the front line. And I can kind of say that maybe this Delmise can act as an attacker, kind of pulling them with that anchor shot away from the enemy team and away from their allies, in particular for Lunix Gaming. But like I was saying, again, attackers not doing so hot in the metagame right now. We have 10 Pokemon. Only one of them is going to be an attacker with that Miraidon. But looking at these two teams, some very powerful Pokemon on the side of 2AM Gaming. Excited to see Mega Charizard again, and excited to see Delmise coming to Thea Sky Ruins for the first time on broadcast.
I know. I can't wait to see the anchor in action. I was trying to assess where 2AM was going to send everyone. I would imagine we're going to see Mega Charizard in jungle, probably that Blaziken in the top path, and then maybe send Delmi's bot path to try to deal with that Miraidon, who is so annoying in the early game in path. It just feels like it is turbo strong immediately. So we shall see how Delmise is able to match up with it as we get into this game number 1.
Yeah, Delmas actually has some really good securing tools in the early game payback. If something is hitting Delmise, you do 30% more damage, whether it's an enemy Pokemon or a wild Pokemon in their lane. As we can see here, Delmise heading to the top path, going up against that Mega Lucario. In this early game, again, Mega Lucario or regular Lucario at this stage still has really good secure with both Quick Attack and Meteor Mash, and also those auto attacks can get some CC. But as we head to the bottom path, we do see this Torchic versus this Miraidon. Most of these wild Pokemon should go this Miraidon. It's really tough to out secure this Pokemon, especially when it's only just a little chicken.
I know. That's what my main worry was. I just feel like Torchic already kind of has a bit of a tough time in the beginning stages of this game, but we'll see how they fare. They do have that little Dwebble by their side, but Lunek's going to opt for the gank in the top path, getting the first KO of the tournament on that Delmise and pairing it up with that little Gaussian Floor too.
Yeah, Dark Void Session in the early game is such a difficult ability to deal with. They're going to wipe this lane, give all of those stacking points to that Lucario, reaching back to the left side of the field. Mega Charizard X in the bottom path. You can already see it's at 50%. You're also doing a little bit of damage to yourself with solar power. Anytime you're not in tall grass, you're doing more damage, but you're also dealing a little damage to yourself. You have a little bit of life steal, but for the most part, you still got to be very careful in this early game as a Charmeleon instead of a Charizard. Sitting at level 5, they should hopefully be a lot closer to level 7 once they clear their central area.
Yeah, both teams playing this pretty coordinated. Obviously, Loon X got a little bit more of an advantage on that top side. We do see the Sing coming out from this Wiggly, so kind of a full-on sleep comp for Loon X, pairing the Wiggly sleep with that Darkrai sleep. They also took the Miraidon, which is a hard counter to falling asleep with its passive ability. So they covered all their bases here. I think they're only missing the Snorlax yawn, but I think they got it all pretty covered as we're seeing Adam make an appearance in this bottom path. 4 members from Lunex falling in on the bot side, getting huge KOs. Dwebble still needs that evolution.
I actually need to look up the attributes of the electric terrain that Miraidon puts down. I actually don't know if it just prevents the enemy team from falling asleep or if it prevents both teams from falling asleep. I'll have to look at that once again. But in general, sleep is such a broken status condition. Like, not only just in Pokemon Unite, but in regular Pokemon as well. It can guarantee 1 turn of sleep versus up to 3 turns of sleep, not being able to do anything. And 87-4 as we head to the first major objectives. But again, this game doesn't really start, Bridget, until this Pokemon here, level 7, gets that Mega Stone available at level 9. They're well on their way, level 8, Mega Charizard right side of the field.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of prioing XP on Mega Charizard, which is definitely a requirement. Mega Charizard does take a lot to get online, but kind of similar to T-Tar in that way, it is worth it if you're able to get there.
Oh,
We do see him get to Charizard, but they are taken out by Lunex, who already has 2 level 9s on their side. I mean, they have just been securing the farm and securing KOs, leading them to having quite a big advantage as these first Reggies are spawning in.
yeah, they want to break this goal zone. Brought down to 15. It looks like the Miraidon did use some of. Oh my God! Take a look at the Downwise coming in from the central area, going in immediately into that Mega Stone, Mega Charizard on the field. Gets a KO onto the Darkrai. Reggie Alecki still sitting pretty in the bottom path, but here comes 2 a.m. Gaming, and Miraidon stuck on the right side of the field. Mega Charizard gets another KO, gets 24 in. No, here comes the other Mega Evolving Pokemon, Mega Lucario, coming to the bottom path.
I love seeing that huge aura cannon, aura beam come out from Lucario. It is so funny. You know that Mega is going to be coming in hot, already getting a KO on that Crustle once more, but decides to back off. We do see that Regieleki go to the side of 2 a.m. Gaming. That was really great prioritization, but Lucario, I believe that's 3 KOs for that Mega guy, and isn't able to get the dunk off quite yet. Not the biggest overcap in the world. I believe it was an overdunk of 7, but they do finally get that goal zone down.
Yeah, 173-4, 169 points by Lunex Gaming as we just about eclipse the halfway point of the game. And these Pokemon, they are titans on the battlefield. When they make an entrance, boy, do they make an entrance. Talking about these mega evolving Pokemon. And we can see Lucario already level 12, about to hit its last power spike of the game at level 13 with still half of the game remaining. Blaze gonna go down by themselves in the bottom path, 173-16. A couple of points going in for 2 a.m. Gaming. But again, this game is going to be all about how well these teams preserve those mega evolving Pokemon. And for one thing, I do know that these mega evolving Pokemon struggle with CC, but here we go. The Titans fisting it out here in the top path. And it looks like the fray going over to 2AM Gaming as a Fire Punch closes that one out. Super effective damage nonetheless. And here comes 2AM Gaming wiping the field with fire in the top path. Can they break this goal zone? Here comes the Psyduck and the Wigglytuff holding on as best as they can. And it looks like the defense is just too strong.
Man, Mega Charizard may take a lot of resources, but once it gets them and gets online, it is such a pain to deal with. 2AM Gaming able to break this tier 1 goal zone, still down a bit in points, but they have made so much momentum in this mid game. Looking to get this Regirock in the top path as well. I feel like it would be uncontested as Lunex backed off quite a bit and looks like they're kind of opting for the Regieleki in the bottom path instead.
Yeah, Regirock going over to 2AM Gaming. They have broken the top tier 1 goals and are potentially looking to get some vision or scores on the tier 2 goals on just this Mega Lucario here. As we can see on the left hand side of your screen with the icons, no Mega Evolution available to them. Lots of members from Lunex Gaming rotating to the top path and now Psyduck into the central area. Fight breaking out here. Here comes the Moonlight Recital to get some shields for themselves. Cotton Cloud Crash going up into the sky. Charge Beam ripping through. Mega Lucario on the fray, on the field once again. A Charizard nowhere to be found, actually scoring 50 in the bottom path. I don't know if they were able to get that one there with the defense still too strong for Lunex Gaming, but two frontiers of battle going over to 2AM Gaming, winning in the central area, now breaking this bottom path with 29, a few points from the Eldegoss, and maybe a 50 from this Charizard. It looks like they did get it, as we can see only 6 points in their pocket.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to get a pretty decent overcap down there and actually in the point lead going into this 3-minute mark. Only about 45 seconds until Groudon is spawning in on the map. And 2AM Gaming has done a really great job turning this around from that initial early game. What a nasty little sleep from AJ on that Wiggly, allowing him to get that cheeky little dunk off. Isn't game winning or getting them in the lead, but does help them get rid of that tier 1, which means there's no more tier 1s up on this map, which means neither team has one that they can kind of run back to during this Groudon fight or one to play off of.
Yeah, mind you, the last about 3 minutes or so, I believe Ludix Gaming only able to score a total of 14 points, whereas 2AM Gaming actually able to get the lead at 201. They were sitting less than 10 points, I believe, 3 minutes ago. Oh my god, immediately onto the ground as they enter the fray. Can they get the secure off? Here goes the Mega Charizard evolution here. Groudon brought down to 25% over here on lock. Delmize getting the confirmation, most likely a power rip, and is able to get a Unite Move Seaweed Snare. Finds the Marina. Get back over here, says that Delmize, as they are able to wipe two members off the team with this Groudon shields in tow. They should be able to get these scores and lots of points going in for 2AM Gaming as tier 2 comes down.
Wow, the confidence just to rip that Groudon on site. I mean, they had the positioning, they had pushed through Lunex's jungle, they knew that they were kind of not quite in the pit yet, and you have a Blaziken. You have such a strong, solid secure. Obviously, all members of that team were putting their smites on it to ensure that they would secure it, but man, just it takes a lot of confidence to be able to pull that off. Obviously, the Blaziken helps that cause, but really good stuff from 2AM Gaming. They have gotten quite a few points, and obviously a lot of these Groudon shields are now going the way of Lunex, and they do have an opportunity to push here. There's still about 45 seconds left in this game.
Yeah, you gotta be careful for 2AM Gaming. There are more than 500 points ahead, so for the last 40 seconds, they might actually be able to just put their controller down and just win the game here. What they don't want to do is they don't want to give up free knockouts and just free AOS energy over to Lunex Gaming as they push on forward. 3 Groudon shields for Lunex Gaming. Darkrai going to peel off to the tier 2 goal zone. Looks like the Crustle coming back on the field. Wigglytuff the first to go down, and that should be it for Lunex Gaming. Unfortunately, just not enough points, not enough players on the field, and I believe this is still game number 1, so plenty of games still left for both of these teams to play for the set.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Lunix looked pretty good in the early days of this game. I mean, if you look at their comp, I like none of them have to evolve. I think maybe Wigglytuff had to evolve, so not too surprising that they had their number in that first half of the game. But
Mhm.
they definitely need some kind of shutdown for that Charizard because, yeah, once Easy ran away with this game, it was definitely difficult to stop him. 11 KOs for that Mega Charizard.
Now, it's a really good point that you made there, Bridget. Two Pokemon that have stage three evolutions for 2 a.m. gaming. It does make a whole lot of sense why they did lose that early game in quite significant fashion. But as soon, once again, as that Mega Charizard joined the field, it is a very, very different game, right? Level 7 to level 9, of course, you're still kind of dealing with some of the lower evolution issues. But once you have that level 9 Mega Stone available to that Pokemon, it can quite literally take over the game. And it's strange to believe that in just 3 or 4 weeks we will have a potentially third Charizard to be selected. And I mean, Kyogre's coming to the field is going to bring the rain, but there's a whole lot of fire coming to the Sky Ruins.
Absolutely. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. I'm most curious to see if like is normal Charizard just like not an option anymore? Like is he
Yeah.
like found dead in a ditch? Like I guess you have like the option of picking the move sets, but like I don't know. We did see some normal Charizard gaming at LAIC. I don't believe I've seen it in any of the ACL games I've been able to catch thus far. So I
Yeah.
would be shocked if anyone is still picking up that guy, but I think the other Charizards will be plenty to deal with, and I'm very curious to see how they stack up against each other. I'm honestly probably the most excited for Mega Gyarados, though. I actually really like that they kind of picked the less meta moveset with Gyarados, and I think
Mhm.
it actually looks like I was pretty excited for Mega Lucario because I am a bit of a Lucario player myself, and it is kind of funny seeing like the Lucario players back in action. Not that normal Lucario is even bad. You'll see that played quite a bit as well because E-Speed
Mhm.
is so strong. But Gyarados has obviously fallen out of the meta quite a bit, so I'm excited to potentially see him back in action a bit as the big
Yeah.
big koi fish.
Yeah, Gyarados has had its time in the sun and time
Hmm.
out of the sun for quite some time too. I think that Pokemon has been really, really good and also really, really bad. But it kind of goes in tune with the Pokemon itself, whereas Magikarp can sometimes be really difficult to get that evolution or that effort gauge evolution into a Gyarados. And then when it becomes a Gyarados, especially if it gets Gyarados really early on, it can quite literally be the end of the game in the first minute of the game if you're able to get that Pokemon online quickly. Um, but I do, like you said, I do love that they are playing towards its lesser move set. Waterfall is it's a fun ability. I think it was a little. I still think it is a little clunky, but they did make it a little bit easier to maneuver around. I do hope they maybe take some of the attributes of the China version's waterfall Gyarados. If you haven't seen that before, in the China version, you're actually able to move around through like between the dashes. So you can dash, kind of move the Pokemon around, dash, move the Pokemon around, dash, move the Pokemon around. Whereas in our game, it's just dash, 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 right? So if you're able to do that, that would be actually really cool. We haven't seen very much China integration in Pokemon Unite in the last couple of months. I think the last time may have been when they dropped the 500 point mode. That I think that's also dead in a ditch with Mewtwo X and regular Charizard as well. But here we go, going into game number two. As you can see here, 2 a.m. Gaming immediately going to be banning out that Mega Charizard. So at least that one is not going to be able to be selected. Mega Lucario still able to be selected unless they ban it in this third slot.
Yeah, Lunak's definitely going for these target bans. Obviously, they were the ones playing the Miraidon last time, but it is quite annoying to deal with. 2AM going to do some target banning of their own, obviously being consistent with that Trevenant and Zera, but adding Darkrai to the list, which is a menace in its own right, for sure. He has just kind of been running shop these past couple of weeks, and there we see that Mega Lucario is out of the question now as well. That does open up stuff like I believe Hoopa and Suicune that were banned out in this last round, but 2AM really loving that Anchor Gaming and gonna grab it first.
Hoopa Delmise, Hoopa Delmise. Come on, let's see it. Let's see it. 2 a.m. gaming. By the way, they are on our purple side this time, whereas they were on our orange side in the previous game. And Delmise, in my opinion, especially with both Mega Lucario and Mega Charizard not being able to be selected, I think this might be a Pokemon where we see it being selected in that first pick slot or the first two slots if you're on that orange side. But very different from game number one. Lunix Gaming going to round out their supportive core first. Snorlax, Blissey, some of the best in their categories, respectively.
Yeah, I like going for your support and tank options first. I just feel like they're a bit easier to build around, not giving the other team as much opportunity to counter. As you can see, 2AM Gaming doing the same thing, grabbing that Eldegoss and Crustle that they were able to do exemplary with in the previous game. Both Mons that just are super strong. Eldegoss, especially in competitive, I feel like is has so much utility and is so strong early game.
I'm looking at Delmize's design. Is that an eye on the wheel behind like the anchor?
Yeah.
Is that an eyeball? That's kind of cool. Actually,
I've heard
like
that like Delmise is like the moss on the anchor. Like that's
really.
like a
So
theory.
the anchor
Yeah.
is not actually a part of the. It's like the
Well,
green,
like
like the
kind
tealish
of.
green part. That's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's kinda unique. I do
Yeah,
like that,
yeah, I
this is
like
a
him.
tangent to the game that's actually going on in front of us, but I do like that they are bringing some, very unorthodox or I would say non-popular Pokemon, talking about Dodrio or Phalanx. I love Phalanx, by the way. Dhelmise as well. Like, I do like that they're bringing these Pokemon. They do tend to be very impactful to the game, and I feel like Dhelmise is a Pokemon that has a lot of character, but also how the Pokemon is in canon Pokemon. I think it's very unique as well. It's an anchor. It does pulls. It has a lot of applicability in the battle arena setting. I love this Pokemon, and I'm already liking it very much.
Yeah, it did look pretty solid for 2AM Gaming. I feel like that anchor shot led to some good plays, especially in that mid game when they needed some momentum. We're also going to see the Mimikyu and the Inteleon come out from 2AM Gaming. Both menaces, obviously Inteleon getting some nerfs as of late, but I feel like in coordinated play, especially with such a brawly comp that 2AM has, it is still so powerful, and Mimikyu just an absolute demon right now. As
Mhm.
if it wasn't scary enough being a ghost type Pokemon, it is so powerful with both Shadow Sneak and Trick Room. Actually, a lot of teams opting for that Trick Room build, which I feel like we'll likely see here, especially since Lunex is playing that Talonflame. It is just pretty annoying to play around for dive Pokemon.
Yeah, Trick Room is such a fun ability set. I think that I don't recall when Mimikyu was released, but this might be one of the first metagames where Trick Room is actually the more viable choice between the two mobility tools. And personally, I like Trick Room a little more than Shadow Sneak. Shadow Sneak, you do get some really interesting plays, and it's sometimes really hard to hit that Shadow Sneak. But we may be heading into a pause here as we can see the Sobble still crying in the goal zone, still crying in the club. So we're gonna
Aww.
see if we can get that player back into the game. But going back to the Trick Room Mimikyu, love to see that moveset come to play. It's not really that Trick Room was buffed; it's more that Shadow Claw was buffed. I think you're getting more recovery per tick of damage that you're doing. But here we go, Sobble on the field, only one critically hitting diamond in its pocket, but they're a little late to lane, but it's not too bad as we see in the top path. Delmise going up against his Talonflame. They might get an early game KO if they get some damage off this Talonflame.
Yeah, Lunex actually putting the Raichu in that central area. Armourouge going to be in bot path, and Talonflame going to be their top laners. So not exactly what I would have expected, but I don't hate this by any means. I feel like whatever baby Talonflame is, little bird, does a surprising amount of damage, as you can see there. Getting the KO on the Gossiflor. Looks like Delmise was before it, and getting some good momentum in this top path for Lunex, which we saw them do pretty successfully in game one. So not surprised to see them start off strong here as well.
Mimikyu in the top pass are waiting in the tall grass. Looks like that Fletchinder able to get a couple of those wild Pokemon. Still not able to get to level 5, or sorry, that Fletchling to level 5 into the
Mm.
Fletchinder. I was forgetting that name as well. I am a bird
I called it baby
connoisseur, a
bird.
bird Pokemon connoisseur, and I would say Fletchinder and Fletchling, some of my favorite early game evolutions in the bird lines of, I believe it's Gen 8. It was from the Galar region, one of my favorites. But a fairly conservative start for either team. Level 6 for both of the central area Pokemon. They're going to still leave that Fletchinder now in the top lane. I was maybe considering putting that Pokemon in the central area to get to that level 7. But Alolan Raichu, once again, coming up to the top path, this time at level 7, having access both to Psychic and Stored Power.
Yeah, the psychic build coming out from that Alola, which I feel like I'm a little partial
Lolachu.
to that
Like that one.
electric build with all of the burst damage, but psychic's still a really strong choice. It does look like we're going to see Shadow Sneak come out from that Mimikyu, more of this assassin type build, being able to just get on top of that enemy team, jump right in, as you see right there, and Blissey is gone in the blink of an eye. Looks like Mimikyu is still trying to hunt for more KOs, but has to back off a little bit as that Shadow Sneak wasn't able to find a target.
Yeah, so not going to be seeing Trick Room here. I think maybe it was a little concern going toe to toe with a Talonflame and an Armarouge in its face. You do more damage to Mimikyu when you're in that Trick Room. Oh, really nice damage there coming in from the Crustle, able to get a couple of knockouts with that X Scissor. And the only one on the field in this bottom path is going to be that Alola. No Unite moves available to it, but they're doing a ton of damage. There is that Unite move, that Thunderstorm Aerial putting placed on the Tier 1 goals. I think a little late there, but I believe it's a shorter cooldown time on that Unite move. They may be able to get that once again as they re-engage in the bottom path.
Wow, Lunex Gaming going into that speed flux zone with their Talonflame Unite move. Does have to escape through enemy territory.
Oh,
Delmise gets a big pull on that Blissey. The snipe shots are raining in. Really great stuff from the Centellion player, able to land those really, really crucial hits. We see the safeguard from Blissey on Lunex Gaming. I like this a lot with all of the CC, not only from the Anchor, but with Crystal as well. I think it's actually really smart to go with that cleanse option.
all right, Regieleki bouncing, knocking on the door of the Tier 1 goal zone. Delmai trying to go for a score of 40 on the Tier 1 goal zone, trying to defend as best as they can. Is a Snorlax, but is going to be put to sleep on this Saturday afternoon. Blissey trying to hold on as best as they can, but Mimikyu puts a wool over their eyes. I think it's that Armarouge. Can't even see it as that Armarouge. They're going to be going down, and they may want some more here. 50 seconds before the super jump pad is available to them, but they will get a KO in the back line as the Eldegoss goes down. They're going to go ahead and forego their push onto the tier 2 and head into the central area. Delmai is retreating back over to the left side of the field as Snorlax and the Blissey getting a lot of vision for the team. A really good win for 2AM Gaming as they scale into the late game.
Yeah, I feel like this Talonflame has been a great choice for Lunex, able to just clean up shop so well, even in these kind of tougher engages. I just feel like it is able to help bounce back for the side of Lunex. Umbreon's getting a cheeky little cap in the bot path. Regirock has spawned top side, where most of Lunex Gaming is there to start this rip or Roni. Seems like it will go their way. 2M Gaming not even really making an appearance.
130 to 108 as we eclipse the halfway point of the game. And as we head to the halfway point of the game, Pokemon to watch here, of course, is going to be that Mimikyu. Has a really solid Unite move on a couple of high value targets as well. If you're landing that on the Talonflame and or the Alolan Raichu in the backline, you can almost guarantee a knockout there. Lunix Gaming pushing on to the tier 2 goal zone, trying to displace this Talonflame away from their side of the field. There is that Mimikyu Unite move, lands with the Talonflame, but not able to get anything out of it. Here comes the offense from Lunex Gaming with the defense from 2AM Gaming also doing really well. Talonflame able to find a chameleon in the back line. That's going to gut their DPS as they retreat back over to the right side. This is a good win. Here comes that Seaweed Snare, finds its way onto the Armarouge. Can they get the pull here? No, unfortunately misses shy to the left.
Yeah, and actually some members from Lunex able to get some dunks in this bot path. Looks like Talon might be stacking or just trying to get that gold zone on one for this end game. 2 a.m. gonna make a push of their own on this top side. Raichu Unite does come out for Lunex, KOing that Eldegoss. Really, really good defense from Lunex. They were able to pivot so fast. Another KO for this Talonflame and another for Raichu. This mid game has gone so much better for Lunex than game one.
Yeah, this is a pretty electric game, pun intended, with the Raichu on the field. But it's kind of going back and forth, right? Lunix Gaming really getting a good push on tier two. Got a couple of high value KOs as 2AM Gaming tried to respond themselves. It's now going to give them a 40-point lead as we head into the final quarter of this game. And this Alolan Raichu has been really taking over this game. I mean, we think of Mimikyu as somewhat of an assassin type all rounder, but it's been really difficult for 2AM Gaming to find this Pokemon. And like a traditional ADC, think of a Greninja or a Cinderace, if you're not able to KO that ADC, they can just do massive amount of damage from mid to short range, and they just have not found an answer for that. Nice secure there for the Snipe Inteleon as they push on to the right side of the field. Really interesting decision here. Really nice snipe shot from the Inteleon, able to get a KO there. IMAX is going to go down as well. They don't have their front line. Talonflame is going to score 48 on the tier 2, but they may forego this push here as the Dhelmise scores top, and the rest of the team follows right behind it.
Yeah, honestly, a big dunk for Lunex Gaming. 2 a.m. looking to make some big dunks of their own. It does look like they're able to get them in. Really nice overcap as well. Now they're looking towards this Reg Ice, which will give them a bit of a healing buff going into Groudon, but it looks like Lunex has really nice control over this pit, kind of opposite of the game we saw previously. Lunex does not want to get ripped and flipped on once again. So I like this. I love positioning early for teams. I think it is a wise choice. But 2AM Gaming has shown up and shown out, and they're going to be launching those snipe shots into the enemy. And Armorouge taking so much damage already.
Yeah, they also don't have traditional healing support with this Blissey going safeguard, so they will have to manually reset. Gotta watch out for these snipe shots on this Inteleon. Same thing with the Delmise. Talonflame trying to find the backline, takes a ton of damage. Here comes the Rebel Rouser trying to find that Talonflame. Here comes the Power Nap, locks into four. Seaweed Snare finds the backline to the Alolan Raichu, and mushing on forward with that Power Whip. KO streak of 2 going in from the Mimikyu. KO streak of 3 for 2AM Gaming, and they may be shutting out Lunex Gaming, saying night night to this team, or more like good morning if you're here in the North American region. But here is Lunex Gaming trying to find a secure. No, Talonflame gets taken out. 2AM Gaming should lock this in. Snorlax just too slow to get it in.
Wow, I am really excited by this combo of Anchor Shot and Shadow Sneak. I believe the Delmise use its Unite move to get into that back line, and that can be a scary situation. I was not sure if they were going to be able to survive that with like four of the enemy team surrounding them, but Mimikyu can do such a similar thing by using its Shadow Sneak to get back there and help it fight as well. So that was very exciting to me. I think this combo is super cool and super fun to watch. I'm already loving what people are utilizing this Delmise for. It was a really fun game. Obviously, about to say not too much of a league now, but Delmise getting another 45 cap in, resulting in 90 more points for the team, giving them over 200-point lead right now.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of your comment there, I believe I haven't played enough Delmise, but I believe when you're seaweed snaring an opposing Pokemon, they're also stuck in place. Cause so kind of similar to a slow, like a
Probably.
long distance slow beam. So it makes it a lot easier for a Pokemon like Mimikyu to land that snipe or that shadow sneak from range. So you can seaweed snare something in the back line, and maybe Mimikyu is positioned correctly or positioned appropriately to get a long distance shadow sneak. As you can see, they're able to get onto the Alolan Raichu and that pod of Pokemon that was kind of on top of each other in the choke point. And not only that, but thinking ahead in the future, I do believe that Mimikyu might get kind of a buff on its own, because there's going to be a lot more tall grass in Kyogre's Thea Sky Ruins. So
True.
it's going to be interesting to see those two Pokemon play around each other. And I'm excited to see it, especially Delmise. Once again, a really unique Pokemon. And as you can see in these last two games, that was hugely impactful in these larger team fights, pulling and I guess going to Pokemon with that Seaweed Snare Unite move.
Yeah, definitely. I love the dichotomy of the Groudon map and Kyogre map because it's like, oh, Groudon like does drought as its passive ability in the mainline game, so there's less grass, but Kyogre does rain. He makes it rain type beat.
Makes it rain.
And so there's more grass because he is makes it flourish. So uh I think it's intentional. I guess I don't know, but in my head, that is why there's more grass on Kyogre map, which yeah, will make for definitely a much different meta than what we're seeing now. And yeah, with Mimikyu already being so powerful, I can only imagine what it's gonna be like in Kyogre map. But yeah, really, really great game from 2AM Gaming. Lunex also held their own super well. They will be going in that lower bracket to fight it out down there. But 2AM Gaming going to be moving on to the next round.
Yeah, thank you again so much for your patience as we're having some trouble with production, but hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, that we should have a smooth broadcast for the end of today's broadcast. But when we come back from this break, we're going to be taking a look at another gaming team, Goodnight Gaming versus Anti-Cell after the break. But do not go anywhere. Unite Legends Showdown will be back after this very short break.
Welcome back, gamers, to the Unite Legends Showdown. Day 1, we are getting into our next game of Goodnight Gaming and Anti-Cell. Draku, are you so excited for our next round?
Well, I mean, like when I was woken up this morning, right around maybe 10 minutes before the stream starts, I was like, what's
Okay.
going on? Good night, maybe? Good morning? What time is it? I mean, I was basically a good night gamer when I was called by Bean. I was like, where are you? Why aren't you in the live chat? I mean, this is basically me. But random tangent, because I'm taking a look at your profile right here. I mean, you're already winning, Bridget, with Pokopia coming out in a couple of months,
Oh,
in like half a
yes.
year or so. How excited would you be if we got leaked Ditto? What a unique Pokemon! It's just like
Stop.
let's just
I
copy
have
the
been
enemies.
campaigning Ditto for this game since I started playing it. You would never see me on anything else. I do feel like Mew kind of like took its flow by, having like all of the move sets, but I feel like there is definite opportunity for my boy. Do not sleep on Ditto. Yeah, I still can't believe Pokepia is real. I could talk about it for a long time, but I guess we can talk about the game that's already out and about and that we're witnessing play for. So, for those of you who don't know, Goodnight Gaming is our channel hosts roster of Gatlu, Adezu, Gek, Toast, and Narami. So, love that gamer tag of GN. Good night. That's so cute. I'm glad that they all have that equipped.
I mean, we kind of have like parts of Pokopia already. I mean, Comfey builds like it plants the grass right with its Unite move.
Yeah.
One of the big things that they showed off in the trailer of Pokopia was like being able to use leafage to bring up grass. So I mean, Pokemon Unite Pokopia. I mean, squint your eyes, like tilt your head. It's kind of the same.
Yeah, it's the same game. The life sim and the
They're both
MOBA,
cozy.
it's
They're both
it's
so
the
cozy.
same. It's the same. They evoke the same feelings, surely. But we are already hopping in to our draft phase. Some heavy hitters hitting the draft screen thus far with Darkrai, Megaluca, Mega Charizard, Dodrio as well. And we're going to see the Blissey and maybe even this Anchor catching a ban, which would be after what I've seen so far, I kind of understand. It looked pretty annoying to deal with. So, no anchors allowed in this game 1.
Yeah, Anchor's definitely away this game. So it's like,
Anchors.
I'm curious to know why they banned out Dodrio here. Maybe there's a Dodrio player on the side of Anti-Cell, but that is one of Gatlu's ace Pokemon, is that Dodrio. Maybe right next to Credent, for example. Two very annoying Pokemon to deal with, but same thing with that Darkrai, one of the best speedsters in the game right now. I think less cooldown on some of its abilities, but support, of course, starting out for Goodnight Gaming. Suicune is honestly one of the best Pokemon in the game and quietly one of the best Pokemon in the game, with a lot of these all-rounders being banned out. And this all-rounder, by the way, it is an all-rounder, able to be selected. It's such a difficult Pokemon to play around when you're going against the Suicune, especially for this Blaziken, because you're not really able to press your buttons very often when Suicune is on the field.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some more full heals on the side of Anti-Cell with this Suicune on the map. It is pretty obnoxious and makes sense why it did get that first pick. We do see Umbreon and Clefable locked down really quickly for Anti-Cell. Goodnight Gaming going with that Serena, which I love to see, and Latios, which I feel like is almost kind of an interesting pick, and they're also going for Hoopa, so kind of a lot of support-esque Pokemon. Will be interesting to see who takes off that EXP share. It's either going to be that Suicune or Latias, I would imagine. A lot of players running Latias in that attacker spot, notably Dignitas in LAIC this past weekend was playing it quite a bit, to the point where I was even getting banned against them. So I am excited to see how Europe in Goodnight Gaming pilots this Latias. And also, one of my faves on the side of Anti-Cell is that Palmot pick.
Yeah, Palmon is a really interesting Pokemon. It doesn't have any crowd control like some of the other all-rounders do. It has some small stuns being an electric type Pokemon and some of its abilities, but for the most part, nothing like a Buzzwole, for example. But very high sustain on the side of Anti-Cell, right? You have two Pokemon that heal itself with its passive abilities. Blaziken has Blaze, and Palmon has its abilities that giving it some lifesteal itself. But Clefable on top of an Umbreon, just very solid defender core between these two Pokemon. I'm interested to see who's going to be the healer on the team because in one aspect you have Gravity from that Clefable doing really well to stop that Serena, but you also have Wish from Umbreon too, able to heal their team. But so I think they're going to likely go with the Moonlight from Clefable, able to crowd heal both the all rounders and that defender. That Miraidon should be sitting pretty in the backline with all of that in the front line for itself.
Absolutely. And you definitely want something with long range going into this Goodnight Gaming comp. Obviously, the most range they have is Hoopa and Latias, so that Miraidon can definitely comfortably sit back if it's positioned well. We are going to see the Suicune going down in the bot path with Latias, and actually Serena going in this central area for Goodnight Gaming.
Yeah, Serena has been a another very quiet Pokemon, especially with these all rounders being banned out. And when you look at the team comp that is going up against, it's a lot of Pokemon that like to stand next to each other, specifically around this Clefable, so you can able to get a lot of the healing off from Triple Axle and or stomp a lot of damage onto multiple Pokemon. As we head to the top path, it looks like some experience going over to the Lucario. By the way, this is a regular Lucario, different from regular Charizard. We actually do see quite a number of regular Lucario coming out to Thea Sky Ruins. I saw a lot of it being played in the ACL last weekend for the Japanese region.
Yeah, I mean, you even see some double Lucario comps come
Yeah.
out. It is still very strong, and honestly, E-Speed is a great build. Here we see Toast making sure to give some love to these middle Natus, which I feel like players often forget about, but in comp, they're never forgotten about. Gotlu picking up another KO. It looks like we're going to see that trick come out from Narami on the Hoopa, which
Oh
was also
no!
getting quite a bit of play at LAIC, and I'm happy to see it here again. This Palmo holding on to a thread, trying to get in there, does get some damage off, but I feel like Gatlu is too stacked up, and good on Anti-Cell for not giving up those KOs, but I do feel like those stacks are gonna hurt in this game.
Yeah, so going back to the Palmore, the Palma in the top lane, still defending against two enemy Pokemon. This Pokemon recently got buffed. I think it was 2 or 3 patches ago, but you get some life steal after every ability. So you use an ability, the auto attack that comes after it is where the healing comes in. And I do also like that they're playing Super Cell Slam with their team being called Anti Cell. I feel like they get a small name like team name buff for just that singular Pokemon. It's not actually what happened, so don't quote me on that one.
It's
But
no
it's a
Eevee
cool
buff.
name. I'm interested to see this Pokemon come to play. I mean, it's going to be going toe to toe with that Serena for the most part in that front line. You just got to be very careful of this Suicune because once they have all those whirlpools and all that stun and its Unite move, sometimes you're just not able to play the game. So we got to be
Uh,
very careful.
very much that apart. The stuns and CC in this game are so strong. Miraidon doing its best to fend off this siege on their goal zone, but with 4 members of Goodnight Gaming here pushing into the speed flux zone as Latias is all the way in. More points raining down as Gatlu is just picking up KO after KO on this power up punch, but does finally fall. And we are going to see this Miraidon, I think I was gonna say, like, it might be launching its Unite move, but I think it was just charging up its charge beam to get Goodnight Gaming to back off a bit.
Yeah, this charge beam right on. I mean, it doesn't do a whole ton of damage because if you're able to if you stand inside the charge beam the entire time, yes, it's doing a ton of damage. But once again, all attackers really benefit from being very consistent in the game and fairly easy to use. And with the range that Miraidon gives, it actually is very safe. But here comes a Queenly Ascent, able to land, I believe, onto the Blaziken is gonna gut their DPS, forcing the Miraidon back to the tier 1 goal zone. And take a look at where this Latias is, by the way. This is your supportive Latias. That is not a supportive Pokemon right here. Trick is going to try to get Latias away from there, but unfortunately caught in a mean look. Just enough time for Goodnight Gaming to say goodnight to this Regieleki as it pushes to the tier 1. But the fight continuing to break out. Stomp Serena going to continue stomping her heels. And Anti-Cell able to defend here. Lots of members in this bottom path. Serena caught in a mean look once again, but you can see the heels from the Serena very difficult to deal with as they continue to push on forward.
Yeah, the sustain and the movement from that Serena is so difficult. Pretty good stalemate from both teams. Looks like Anti-Cell was getting hungry for that KO on the Suicune. They're able to secure it, but it looks like Toast is gonna be able to get some payback. Support's coming in to help out this Palma, but taking a lot of damage. Clef picks up the KO on that Serena, gets that block with its Unite move, and Anti-Cell actually with some good KOs here after losing that Aleki, pops that passive ability from that Miraidon. And what like we're fighting where the Reggie pit is, but there are no Reggies to be fighting over. It's just kind of where these teams have decided to fight at, which is kind of funny. And it's been a really long brawl for both of these teams, but neither able to really like end the fight.
Yeah, it makes sense though. When you look at the 10 Pokemon that's on the field, you do expect Goodnight Gaming to actually lose a lot of these team fight engagements. I'm talking specifically of the supportive Pokemon. Hoopa can trick one singular Pokemon and heal that one singular Pokemon, whereas the Clefable can crowd heal multiple Pokemon. So in terms of longevity, it should go over to Anti-Cell. On top of the healing that the Clefable provides, I was also talking about the secondary healing that the Pokemon themselves can provide. I was already talking about the Palma earlier in the game, able to heal off of its auto attacks after its ability. Blaze from the Blaziken, that passive ability. Gatlu able to use their Unite move plus that eject button to get away. It looks like the heals are going to find the Palma as they get the knockout there. But Goodnight Gaming still finding themselves almost three times ahead in points relative to Anti-Cell as we head to the halfway point of the game.
Yeah, Gatlu gonna go down to that Regice. It has hands, but I respect the hustle. Toast is gonna looks like he's gonna be able to clutch this up for their team. Blaziken is coming in hot for Anti-Cell, but doesn't have the HP to really scuffle here. Does load up that Blaze Kick and secures it in the face of Serena and Latias.
Whoa.
Hoopa unbound in the spot path, but Anti-Cell looking like they're picking up quite a few KOs here, forcing Goodnight Gaming to back up as Regieleki marches toward this goal zone.
Yeah, Goodnight Gaming may have the point lead here, but a lot of objective going over to Anti-Cell as Regieleki knocking on the door of this tier 1 goal zone, 55 points to break the goal zone down. Caught in a mean look is Gatlu, but should stay alive fairly well. Hoopa doing their best to support the team with their singular trick abilities. Nice KO there. Is the Regieleki in? No, they're somehow able to knock that out with all the residual damage on the field, and Goodnight Gaming, it might be saying goodnight to themselves and to their teammates as Anti-Cell is able to push on forward. Here's the Queenly Ascent, find its way onto the Clefable, but gonna shrug all that off with the Moonlight healing their team. And after the dust settles, take a look at those HP bars, almost completely full, except for maybe that Umbreon, but they're gonna be healed back to full with that Moonlight. That Moonlight healing is coming into overdrive as we head into the final stretch in the next 30 seconds. One thing I did want to point out is I don't know which Pokemon on the side of Goodnight Gaming has an anti-heal curse item. Like maybe the Hoopa, maybe the Latias, but one thing that attackers tend to provide is an anti-heal item. And with no attackers on your side, I don't know who actually has one.
Yeah, I didn't check before when we were in the draft screen. I feel like that's usually a Miraidon type item. Like you had said, it's usually for that attacker slot. And I'm not sure if Adezu on that Latios equipped it. I know he was messing around with his items beforehand. So I saw the spoon, but that's really all I saw, if I'm being honest. Groudon has spawned in on this map. Both teams just kind of staring each other down. Miraidon trying to get some of that poke damage in, as it looks like Blaziken and Lucario kind of eyeballing each other in that top side.
I'm gonna put the grassy glider, the drop kick blanket down on the ground, reducing the attack damage on the opponent's side of the field. Just maneuvering around, mean look on Toast. Got to be very careful here. The fight might be breaking out into the bottom path. Toast already brought down to less than 50%. Here comes the night move from the Palma. Gets interrupted by the Suicune. However, the fight breaking out here where the tier 1 goal zone used to be, and Toast, the first one to go down, really gutting their DPS. And Goodnight Gaming forced back to their side of the field. And as we head into the central area, Groudon still at about 100%. 1 minute remaining. Blaziken starting to work on that. They do have really good secure on their team. Here comes the unbounded Hoopa to at least bring Toast back onto the field as they come back from being KO'd. For next one down might be Adesu as the Latias goes down. The fight continuing to break down here in the central area. Another one going down as Gatlu heading back to the Pokemon Center. KO streak of 2 for the Miraidon, and now Anti-Cell on the Groudon.
Wow, this Clefable has just been doing the Lord's work. Blaziken able to live on a sliver, picking up some crucial KOs. Toast and Narami still on the field, but that Blaze Kick secure is so hard to contest. Anti-Cell going to be able to secure this Groudon, and they are behind in points, but with these buffs, they are going to be able to get these dunks off pretty effectively, already getting the lead, but it is a small lead. They're going to have to get some KOs to ensure they can get more of these dunkies in the last 10 seconds of this game.
Yeah, and when we see this post-game summary screen, I want to see that Clefable's healing numbers.
I'm
That's the number I
concerned.
really
That will
want to
tell us
see.
if they have.
It's a Pokemon that heals multiple Pokemon. So even if Clefable is healing multiple Pokemon, you can apply that anti-heal to those Pokemon that are being crowd healed and then stop the healing that way. But as you can see, just not enough anti-heal can stop something like a Clefable, especially on top of the secondary healing from Palma, the secondary healing from Blaze passive on the Blaziken. It's just too much to deal with. And so fights that go longer than, I would say, even 5 seconds, when you get like 2 Moonlight rotations around, plus that maybe Buddy Barrier Unite move post game or late game, I don't know how you KO this team without something like a Venusaur Unite move plus a Solar Beam. You need something to break that wall, and they just unfortunately didn't have that tool available to them.
Yeah, I feel like Adezu was doing a pretty solid job on that Lachos, trying to get to that back line. But yeah, when you don't have something that can really dive back there to get to the Miraidon, or even compare it with like compete with it in range, it is just really tricky to try to deal with. And yeah, I mean, great on that Clef for just, I feel like it was a really good team coordination. I mean, they were always like, their team was playing around them so effectively. It was really impressive to see the patience they had, because that was quite a bit of fighting. You could see there weren't like a ton of KOs. Like, I think maybe Blaziken was leading the charts with like 9. So both teams trying to play like as safely as possible, but it just, the fights just lasted so long because of that Clef. And we did see the Umbreon go Snarl, so added some CC, had that mean look as well. It was pretty nasty. So we're gonna see how these teams want to adapt in this game number 2.
You know, we saw in the LAIC broadcast the heat maps that the statisticians
Oof,
were providing in the
yeah.
post game summary. One really interesting statistic is like how long a fight of 6 members of or more were happening on Thea Sky Ruins. I would love to see if we can get like that, like minutes per game, because I feel like that game was at least like 6 to 7 minutes of large scale team fighting throughout that entire game. I mean, it's fun to watch, but I'm sure as a player, and especially like Toast and Gatlu being those all rounders in the front line, just having to fight against a Blaziken Palma that just never go down, it could definitely wear you out. Like your hands get
Oh
tired.
yeah.
Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just old and my hands are just get tired. But like, I don't
Our
know
old
how I
person
would be able to play a
hands.
Pokemon like Serena. It's also a very highly technical Pokemon as well. You have to be or you have to be managing your queenly majesty stacks to get triple on your abilities, and that's a lot of mental capacity that probably me at 9 a.m. Does not have.
Me at peak performance does not have that mental capacity. So, shout out to these players who are able to be mechanically gifted. But I am looking at our bans here, and I don't believe I'm seeing anything different. We're going to see Goodnight Gaming grab that Suicune Anti-Cell, going with the Blaziken and Miraidon, and nothing too different from either side so far. Toast sticking with that Serena, Nils grabbing the Latias, and yeah, same. We're running it back so far.
Come on, Adesu. I know you want it. I know you want it. Where's that Desi? You've already hovered it a couple times.
Girl.
Desi would be so good here. Desi or this Delphox would be really good too. Just something, some sort of attacker in the backline, right? So not only contend with this Miraidon, but more so to apply anti-heal on this Clefable and the Pokemon that are around it. And you pull out the poster child, the epitome of anti-heal. It's going to be this Delphox. Not only do they have anti-heal with their Fanciful Fire's Unite move, you also have the anti-healing item, and those two abilities, or the ability applied with the curse item, the secondary ability with the Unite move, they stack on top of each other. So you're applying so much anti-heal to an area that's going to be about the size of a Fire Blast, by the way, with Mega Charizard. Why I want to continue saying that again. But I'm excited to see how this adaptation is going to play for Goodnight Gaming. It should be very, very good. It's because Anti-Cell doesn't really have an answer to a Delphox in the back line. That answer might be the Scyther. I love to see Scyther come out to play, but huge adaptations on either side. Gatlu is going to be going into a Speedster role. Same thing for Yorch. And this time, I'm more excited to see this Delphox come out to play specifically to counter this Clefable and all the healing that it provides.
Absolutely, you can tell. It's always interesting to me to see what the players feel like is a big threat and how they adapt versus like what we witness and what we feel like is a big threat. But I think we were on the same page here that the Clef healing number needs to go down. I counted 3 cursed incense on the side of Goodnight Gaming this time around, so they want to stop that Clef dead in its tracks. But like you said, the healing also from stuff like Blaziken, I believe Scyther, not if we see a scissor, I'll eat my sock, but I believe Scyther has some as well. I love seeing Scyther, like you mentioned, and I just feel like countering a Speedster with a Speedster is the way to go. So once Gatlu grabbed that Leafeon, I'm glad that Anti-Cell went for the Scyther over the little Palmot.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where this Leafeon kind of fits into the fray here. I think maybe as these fights extend to longer durations, that Emerald two-step Unite move from the Leafeon can be the thing that tips over the camel's back. That's tips the scale, breaks the camel's back. I think I tried to. You know what I'm saying here.
Close
But
enough.
the
Close
Leafeon's
enough.
Unite move is the thing that's gonna break the camel's back when these fights go for a long period of time, as they're being worn out by the Delphox and worn out by the Suicune. But as we get into the first major, I guess, first farming objective here, the Leafeon pushing on forward, just making sure that Scyther doesn't get to that level 5. Doesn't even matter, level 5 on the Scyther. And it is going to be, no, I thought I saw an evolution there. It is going to stay on the Scyther, not sorry, you don't have to eat your sock.
I was worried. I have not seen Yorch play too much. I do recognize their name. Miraidon came up in this set top path, now heading towards the central area for that first set of Altaria. Looks like they're getting in position to grab these ball toys in the central area. George wants more smoke, but nice eject from Adezu over that wall, making sure he is safe and sound on that little Braxton, the middle evolution for our Delphox. George just going to kind of help keep the pressure on in this bottom path, while I think we're seeing Clefairy trying to get its Unite move, or Unite move, evolution. We're 8 minutes in, we're 2 minutes in. Just wants to get the evolution, helps bring down one of its buffs, as Gatlu has just kind of been sitting in this top path, getting dunks and stacks and KOs galore.
Yeah, in terms of Pokemon that scale really early in the game, Leafeon is no better example, right? You can see Gatlu just taking over on the first 2.5, 3 minutes of the game. And I mean, it makes sense, right? You want to try to get this speedster as far ahead as possible, because once it scales, or once the enemy team anti-Cell's team scales into the end game, it's going to be so much harder for this Leafeon to get knockouts on a Blaziken when it's being supported by both an Umbreon and a Clefable. So try to get ahead as best as you can, because once they start to catch up, boy, will they catch up. Leafeon will find the Clefable in the back line, maybe get a knockout there before they make it to its team. They do. That's going to gut its healing for at least a period of time, as the first major objectives appear on the battlefield. 76-0 as the Reggies appear on the battlefield. They're going to break this tier 1 goal zone. Nice 24-point overcap. We'll see up here. It is a Regieleki, so they will threaten a tier 2 push, as in the bottom path, Anti-Cell gets the Registeel. It's going to be very handy for this defense that they're going to have to ensue, as Goodnight Gaming will most likely push on forward.
Wow, already getting an early cap on that tier 2. All members of Anti-Cell were in this bottom path. It looks like Scyther is finally wandering, but gonna run into 2 of the enemy teams, while Anti-Cell is gonna try to push on this goal zone. Not to much avail. We do see some points go in, but Blaziken taking a lot of damage. We see that Follow Me come out of the Clefable this time around, which I love Follow Me. I think it is so broken, but Latios actually going to pick up a KO. It looks like Goodnight Gaming is hungry for the dub this time around.
Yeah, Regieleki goes into the tier 2, and I think the Leafeon able to score a few points onto that one. 171-15 as the second quarter of the game expires in just a few moments here. Anti-Cell really needs to get some points on the board. They're starting to scale into the late game, but is it going to be enough? Here comes Goodnight Gaming, and the fanciful fireworks may be in celebration, as another goal zone might be coming out. Midnight Prance, Moonlight Prance onto the goal zone to steal some of those shields. Here comes the Green Illusion Dives, able to find one KO. Can they find a second for the reset? They cannot, as an Emerald 2-step will make quick work of that one. Here comes the Suicune pushing on forward with that Whirlpool. Very difficult to deal with. Here comes the Overheat, not able to get anything going. Is going to be putting down the red carpet of death. Is that Serena, as they once again stamp their feet, stomp those heels, and getting another KO for the Queen.
Wow, we are once again seeing this like constant back and forth between Goodnight Gaming and Anti-Cell. With both of those tier 1s up, it is just prime for scuffling back and forth. Scyther gonna roam this map a little more, farm those top side areas, get some points in, which Anti-Cell definitely desperately needs, but it just feels like so many of their members are kind of stuck in this bot path. We do see both these Reggies spawning in sync once again. Registeel already starting to get poked at by Goodnight Gaming, but Anti-Cell is here making an appearance in this 3v3, kind of backing up a little bit, trying to get their bearings as we let this Registeel reset a bit. And it looks like there's going to be a 2v2 up in that top path for the Aleki. Anti-Cell not able to best that Unite move out of Gatlu. I mean, I think he's Unite moved like 25 times at this point. Oh no, is he going to get cooked by the bird? He does not. The bird was just wanting to check out and see what he was all about. And this Regieleki is going to be walking toward Anti-Cell's home base.
Yeah, this Blaziken is kind of struggling in this game. Level 10 relative to the 2 level 12s on the side of Goodnight Gaming. And Regieleki is going to go all the way home to the tier 3 goals on of Anti-Cell. Oh, nice KO streak of 2 for the Scyther, not even with a Unite move. So really good defense there and a lot of really good experience. Oh, boy. Anti-Cell is not having the best time with some of these wild Pokemon on the map, as the Scyther will take some super effective damage from the Regieleki. But here's another fight going on in the bottom path. Endless ice spikes coming in from the Suicune. Look at all this crowd control that the Suicune Narami is providing right on the first to go down. Not legendary for that one. Toast starting to hone those heals on this Reggie Steele. Nice play on words there. But here comes the rest of Anti-Cell, maybe getting a confirmation secure here, but no, gonna retreat back to their tier 1 goal zone. And really, all on the back of the Suicune. So much crowd control by this legendary Pokemon. And here comes Goodnight Gaming for the tier 1.
Yeah, so many Unite moves. Not only do you have that Leafeon Unite move that comes up constantly, so does Delphox's. I mean, you can Unite move at those 3 minutes, but George has seen enough. He's getting quite a few KOs for their team, really making sure that Goodnight Gaming does not take this tier 1. You can definitely see how much lower in HP Anti-Cell is this time around. Those heals just not doing quite as much as they were able to do in that game number 1. Leafeon getting a KO on that Blaziken. You are right. He is having a bit of a tough time, but as most all-arounders, it is definitely an uphill battle if you do not have a level advantage, which I don't believe Blaziken has been able to achieve for this game. It is just so much more of an uphill battle for that kind of top lane spot, especially.
And when you look at this team that Goodnight Gaming has put together, they have a lot of mid to short range stuns and or anti heals, right? It's really hard to lock down onto a Serena that's dashing and dipping around you. And when you get this Emerald two step, like I was saying before, it's going to break the Blaziken's back quite literally. But as we head to the final stretch, about a 180 or so point lead by Goodnight Gaming, feeling fairly comfortable. No tears on the top path for Anti-Cell. And take a look at that Leafeon pivoting around and into the central area, trying to find whatever backline Anti-Cell has. Here comes the fanciful fireworks, and they go scattergreen like ants. Here comes the Emerald two-step. Can they get a knockout here? No, Clefable going into overdrive, and here comes the Bright Future Meteor Storm from the Miraidon. Here comes a Unite move from the Latios as well. And Goodnight Gaming is actually pushing onto the tier 1. Don't know if this is where they want to be, but lots of Unite moves expended as the dust settles. A Unite move for either side. Green Illusion Dive will be an illusion as the Emerald two-step, or at least a Unite move from the, or not the Unite move, but the Leafeon able to get the knockout there. They still have the endless ice spikes, and as they come to fruition, Goodnight Gaming is going to be ahead once again. 1 minute remaining, more than 200 almost point lead. Leafeon going for a score in the back line, 200 points in, and Anti-Cell needs to find an answer, and unfortunately their team's going down.
Yeah, Adezu has just been such a demon on this Delphox, and they are going to raise that white
For most of the rest of the game, and just unable to KO this Leafeon at any point in the game, and just not able to catch up with this fast and speedy Pokemon was quite literally good night for Anti-Cell. But that is going to be a game number 2. They still have one more game between these two teams, and I believe it's the first game 3 of our broadcast today.
Definitely is not surprised to see both of these excellent teams go to this game three situation. Obviously, Goodnight Gaming, I feel like, had a much better handle in that game two. They were able to adapt super well to what Anti-Cell was trying to do and then kind of tried to continue to do in that game number two. So I do feel like we're going to need to see a bit of a pivot from this Anti-Cell team, either going a, I mean, it's not like they were doing like horrible. It just felt like once Leafeon got online, there really wasn't a way for them to keep them at bay.
Mhm. Not enough crowd control. A lot of crowd healing, but not enough crowd
Hmm.
control, and it just shows I guess, the maturity of the players on the side of Goodnight Gaming to really understand how to counter a composition that anti-cell. They've seen this time and time again. I mean, when you look at this team, you got Adesu, Gatlu has been playing with each other for years now, with Nouns Esports all the way from year one. And then you got a coach like Gecko Kami, for example, that was, I believe, the coach for Luminosity Gaming last year, and the other members of this team also just high prominent members of the EU community. This is just a powerhouse of the team, maybe the number one team in the European region, coming up to the regional leagues in a couple of weeks. But yeah, I mean, it's up to Anticell now. They clearly had the upper hand, upper strategy in game number one. They may have tunnel visioned on that strategy for game number two, and it's going to be up to them now to adapt to what Goodnight Gaming has to put to this last game.
Yeah, we are gonna see a Leafeon ban come out. Suicune getting banned out from Goodnight Gaming this time around. Don't want to see Anti-Cell first pick it, but this does leave Mega Charizard on the board and Delmise. Anti-Cell grabbing that Delmise in that first pick position. This gives Goodnight Gaming to counter with Latios and I almost said Toast, but Toast is picking the Mimikyu. Goodnight Gaming loving this Latias so much that they won it immediately.
I just had like a very random thought off of your toast comment. You know, if like the mega streamer Disguised Toast ever played Pokemon Unite, he would have like the perfect Pokemon, like cause like disguise with Mimikyu, and like I think that'd be the perfect thing. But anyway,
There's
that's
a
just like
joke there.
there's something there. I
There's
haven't hit it
something
yet, but
there. There's something
but
there.
anyway, like some of the best all rounders in the game right now, they're just already represented on the screen. We already have not Charizard's not hasn't been selected yet, but like Mega Lucario, Dhelmise, right now Mimikyu, Blaziken. We still have Charizard making it through towards the end of draft. Adesu may pick it up for their final pick on their side of the team. That would be a monstrous pick if they're able to pick up both our Mimikyu, Blaziken, and a Charizard. That would be incredible. But highly doubt they're gonna let that through. I feel like it'd be crazy to see that, but at the same time, when you have a team that has a fair amount of crowd control, I'm looking at this mean look Umbreon and this Delmise. Charizard can sometimes struggle in high crowd control because it doesn't have many tools to get away from it. It has pretty decent engage ability, but in terms of leaving engagements, not the greatest. But Mega Charizard not being banned, not being selected, Adesu gonna round out their team with that very conservative but very consistent Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, love this Alola pick. I think it is such a menace and so much flexibility on which moveset you want to go. You're gonna be switching it up yet again with that Urshifu. I would imagine we're gonna see that Water Bear come out for the side of Anti-Cell. It is just kind of a monster right now. We do see some Dark Bear picks out of ACL in Japan, but for Western region, it's much more Water Bear focused. But I'm excited for Narami on this Psyduck. I feel like it's kind of a sleeper tank support pick. It doesn't really see too much action, but I like this kind of double support core coming out of Goodnight Gaming. Obviously, they're a little bit non-healing supports, but Nils on that Latios can still do Dragon Cheer, which gives a shield and a speed boost and gets to reposition itself with that cheer on the second iteration of it. But here we go, our first game three of the day on broadcast.
Yeah, just going back to their going back to the strategy. I don't know if it's gonna to bite them in the butt for that one, but once again, I'm gonna be going with a more snowball comp, playing around that Clefable as their core and responding to them. Goodnight Gaming 10th picking that Alolan Raichu. It's not gonna have the same amount of value in anti-heal as a Delphox does because the Delphox's anti-heal is also incorporated into the Unite move. It does have a cursed incense as one of its held items, but we'll see if Alolan Raichu can have that same amount of anti-healing impact as a Delphox can, and if they can't, well, we can predict a very similar game one for Anti-Cell.
Yeah, I'm sure they are hoping that is the case, but it looks like Gatlu taking
Oh,
quite a bit of damage, but Toast is here and ready for this gank. Yorch not far behind him. Does We do see a KO go to the side of Goodnight Gaming, but Anti-Cell ready to match it to boot. Mystic coming up for the side of Anti-Cell. We're seeing a Dezu match that, so would have been a 4v4, but each got a KO. We're looking at a 3v3 once again, and that might be the way it stays. I think both teams opting to back up after that one.
I don't see a whole lot of water Urshifu. I think there's a couple of Pokemon that occupy that same niche this Pokemon provides. I'm thinking like Serena, maybe even Blaziken in that front line, whereas Blaziken has a little more crowd control and Liquidation or Water Urshifu has a little more sustain. They're going to lock in on this Alolan Raichu. Unfortunately, the electric type damage not able to be super effective there, as effective typing doesn't matter in Pokemon Unite. But early game, a fairly conservative start for either team here. 4 points in from Anti-Cell, 17 points in for Goodnight Gaming, and Delma is going to find the bottom of the ocean, and Toast is going to be the one to send them there.
Yeah, Toast looked like he was making a play for that Drago that just spawned in, but Drago always walks bottom first nowadays. Wow, I've not seen Trick Room with the skin. It
Wow,
looks
jeez.
so cool. I have not seen that. Wow, Toast is flexing, but he's also going Trick Room, which is something we should be noting, but that was sick. The skin is actually sick.
I feel like I just entered like in a 70s or an 80s roller rink. I was just like
Yeah.
placed on the ground, put some skates on Anti-Cell because they're gonna need some to play against this Mimikyu. Reggie Drago going over to Anti-Cell will give them faster scoring for I believe the morale. Oh my goodness, just look at that thing.
It's so
And they also
cool.
have
That is so cool.
you have the trick room like squares that are normally there, but some of the squares in the middle of the squares, the pattern squares in the middle of the giant square are being replaced by like little circles. So it's like super cool.
It's
It's really, really
trippy. It's trippy. I'm very distracted by the
groovy.
skin. Toast did this on purpose as a mental game, and it's working. Not too well for Anti-Cell. They are able to lock in more than us and secure this bot side. Reggie Alecki snagging a KO on Narami. We do see Toast make an appearance with his groovy psychedelic trick room, but he gets caught in that mean look, does get KO'd by this Delmise. We are seeing why it was a priority pick. Hooks in the Latios, makes another hook at the Raichu,
Huge.
and is just going on a bender. The Clef does steal the Penta, but he got it in my heart.
And you're talking about like oh KO streak of 2 for the Clefable as well. You're like talking about like a KO streak of 4 for the Delmise, and I'm still like caught up on the Mimikyu trick.
It's so sick. They actually cooked.
It is huge, but that is going to give them a massive point, not a massive point lead, but it's going to give them a point lead as we head into the halfway point of the game. 129 to 93, about a 20 point or almost a 30 point game here for Anti. So much better than in game number one. But as we scale into the later stages of the game, again, this Blaziken is finally getting online at level 8, getting that Stance Change Unite move, not able to pull the Blaziken away. They're going to be setting up shop here, the disco floor in the central area of Anti-Cell. Can they get a knockout here? They do, as the Liquidation Urshifu is going to get sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, just a death ball comp for Goodnight Gaming. We do see that Clef use its Unite moves, putting down gravities left and right, spits out that I believe Hyper Beam, but it's going to be Delmise picking up these KOs. What a monster of a Pokemon. It is hard to hit that anchor shot, but if you do, you are so heavily rewarded. Goodnight Gaming trying to get this Latios out of the picture, but they're just going to kind of control this pit, poke at this Latios while this Alecki spawns in, and it looks like they're going to be able to get it faux free since Goodnight Gaming was zoned out quite a bit, and they're making moves in that top path anyway.
But you lucky going the long way to the tier 2 goal zone. Yeah, this one again. But it was the world I was trying to get to. That looked like it looked yeah, here comes a two push from Anti-Cell. They got a Reggie Lucky as the fourth player pushing onto the tier 2 goal zone. Clefable is going to pull, not pull, but heal that Delmise as the Delmise pulls someone over to the left side of the field. But be careful, Delmise. Still a grass type Pokemon, still taking some super effective damage. This Blaziken is a fire type Pokemon again. Type doesn't matter in this game. But anyway, Blaziken pushing on forward as the Urshifu will take a huge overheat. He's going to pull that gravity down, but is it going to be enough to save that Blaziken? It is, or that Urshifu it is, as they make their way back to the tier 1 goal zone. They're going to heal back to full as Goodnight Gaming will now maybe pivot up to the tier 2. We'll get some vision there and retreat back to the disco room in the central area.
Yeah, big catch on a Dezu. The mean look working a little bit anti-synergy with that anchor shot, but here we go. We see the Unite move come out from the Delmise. He's trying to 1v3, but is not able to pick up any more KOs. Goodnight Gaming getting some huge momentum at this 3-minute mark. This is a great time to get online and steal some of this enemy jungle. They were thinking about maybe getting a goal, getting a dunk in on that tier 2 goal, but instead Toast is going to steal the farm. They're going to reset a little bit, take their earnings, take their winnings, and back up shop.
Yeah, 159 to 112, 1 minute before the final stretch. And Goodnight Gaming has really made a home in the central area of Anti-Cell. And that's really reflected in the levels that you can see on the left and right hand sides of your screen. You know, Anti-Cell may be ahead in points, but Anti-Cell has not been able to get their wild Pokemon or secure their wild Pokemon. Level 14 on the Mimikyu to be precise. Level 13 is on the other attack damage carries on the team. And when you take a look at Anti-Cell, level 11 on your Miraidon, it's struggling in levels, only level 12 for that water. Urshifu Delma is the only one at 13. This fight may go to longevity. They may have some longer abilities to heal their team like this Clefable, but if this Mimikyu grabs that Clefable and kind of guts their healing at its knees or at its heels, it's going to be very tough for Anti-Cell to stay in these longer scaled team fights because now you have two level 14 all-rounders on the side of Goodnight Gaming, and the final stretch begins early, and Gatlu may be getting caught out.
Yeah, able to hang on and escape, but not for very long. Gatlu and Adezu are out, or I'm not sure who's playing. I think maybe someone's playing the Latias. They're out of the mix. 2 KO streak for this Miraidon, and now Adezu is out of the picture. Sorry, I got my ducks confused, but there is one more duck on this map. Narami trying to make something happen, but it's going to be the Delmise securing the Groudon for Anti-Cell. What a catch in that lower L bush for Anti-Cell. I mean, they got the momentum immediately as soon as they were able to catch out Gatlu and just kind of get Goodnight Gaming on that back foot. Goodnight Gaming is respawning in now. Anti-Cell was able to get the lead with that dunk on the tier 1. They're gonna have to fight for it a little more on this tier 2, but Clef able to lock it in as Anti-Cell looks like they're gonna try to clutch up this game number 3.
Wow, huge win here for Anti-Cell if they're able to lock this one in. And with Blaziken being down for 30 seconds, we may be seeing our host heading down to the loser side of the bracket early on in today's tournament. And this is a huge win for this Anti-Cell team. Again, I was saying this was probably one of the best teams in the European region coming into the regional leagues, and to have this win in their region, that must be a huge win for them. But here comes Goodnight Gaming, a couple of members numbers going down on the side of Anti-Cell. It's not over till it's over, because take a look at this push here. There's a Clefable and an Urshifu walking onto the tier 3, but there is a Blaziken for the defend. Can they get enough points? In Goodnight Gaming, Clefable scoring 100 points, and I think Anti-Cell will be moving on forward as Goodnight Gaming gets knocked down into the loser side of the bracket.
Great defense from Nexper and Mystic on that Miraidon, but man, Electroman on the Delmise has got to be my MVP for this game. It has just been so much fun watching this Delmise pop off in 12 KOs for the Anchorman. I am understanding why this guy might be banned so much so far in this tournament. He was able to sneak through in this game number 3, and Anti-Cell put it to good use. And yeah, Anti-Cell's actually a LATAM South team, I believe. I believe they are in that region. I recognize Yorch, but I wasn't confident on where he was from, but LATAM South sounds right to me, which is kind of turned into quite the demon region along with Brazil and LATAM North. It's the year of LATAM for me personally.
Yeah.
After Peru was able to clutch up that Worlds win, I just think getting a Worlds title in your region or nearby region really elevates the level of play for everyone. So I think we're really seeing that in full force for not only LATAM South, but like the likes of Brazil and LATAM North with how they performed at LAIC. So really excited to see these Anti-Cell gamers do so well in our tourney today.
That's what I love about cross-regional events like we're hosting today, and what a lot of the Unity Clash events tends to host. But yeah, a huge win again for Anti-Cell. Must be feeling pretty good, especially with the regional leagues coming up in a few weeks, to take down a team like Goodnight Gaming. It's basically a Worlds qualified team as of last year. Right now, it's esports qualifying as a number 1 spot. Is a much different team, although. But again, Goodnight Gaming will still have the lower side of the bracket to work through. Anti-Cell will be moving on in the bracket. And if there's one thing that at least I've learned in this most recent set, is maybe Delmise may be broken. It's also just a
And
really good
coordinated
Pokemon.
play,
Coordinated
especially.
play. Yeah. I mean, like when you think of Delmise, right? It has a lot of supportive tools. Talking specifically for or for Anchor Shot, but when your supportive tools also do a ton of damage, that's also
Yeah,
it's like a
right.
recipe for the Pokemon being incredibly strong in the metagame, right? So, like thinking back to when Suicune was released, a lot of its tools were support oriented. It has stuns at all stages of the whirlpool, also when you like freeze the flooded zone as well. But when all of those ingredients are also super spicy being like tangent to doing a lot of damage, that just makes for a really delicious Pokemon. That was kind of a weird bit to go through there. But Delmise, it's doing a lot of damage. It has a lot of support utility in Anchor Shot, and when it needs to get to the back line, like a Speedster or another all-rounder, it has a Unite move to do that. It has the tool to also lock down that Pokemon in place, because the Seaweed Snare Unite move locks them down at range, similar to a Slow Beam, and it has all the tools to be a really good Pokemon. It also has some self-sustain too. So I expected this Pokemon to have a huge encounter rate, if not banned completely in the regional qualifiers in a couple of weeks, because this Pokemon is going to be a menace for teams to deal with.
Yeah, it is definitely proving that to us in this tournament today, which makes me so excited because I feel like it is there's definitely a skill floor to it and a sense of coordination, and I feel like it is really rewarded for that. But we'll see. I do feel like we will likely get a balance patch on the 4th when we get Mega Gyarados and Kyogre map. I sense we are going to get a patch that weekend, especially since there are no tourneys that following weekend, and there's pretty much tourneys a bajillion times from here on out. So I know that they will try to be mindful of when those go into effect. I know it's still like a week before a tournament, but that is about as much time as across the board region tournaments go. It is going to be a lot of gaming for a lot of the gamers for this season. So we'll see if it is tuned or at all. I can't imagine it's going to get buffed by any means, but interested to see if it will be adjusted at all. I am kind of here for the anchor gaming, though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, with all the other all rounders in the metagame right now that are just, I would say, even more powerful than Dhelmise. I'm talking about like, the mega evolving Pokemon. I think Dhelmise might be up there, but I think in terms of the impact and the amount of noise and, pun intended, splash that Gyarados is going to bring to Thea Sky Ruins, I think a Pokemon like Dhelmise will make its way through draft because teams are just prioritizing other Pokemon to ban out, and that just will lead Dhelmise going down on the all-rounder hierarchy to be one of the number one most prio picks once you get past the ban phase. And just building on top of what other things that Dhelmise is really good at, it also last hits really well too. Like just what
Mm,
else can this Pokemon, like
honestly,
what can this
yeah.
Pokemon cannot do, right? Like payback early game can last hit some of those early game wild Pokemon by like 40% and less if you're getting the payback's ability to proc 30% more damage on that ability. I don't think Power Whip has that same type of secondary ability applied to it, but just naturally that Pokemon or that ability does a lot of damage too. So you get a Pokemon that has crowd control, that can self-sustain, that can dive, and it also has some last hitting capabilities. It makes for like an A to S tier Pokemon immediately.
Yeah, 100%. Really great job from both these teams in the set. I believe we're going to jump to a short break while we get ready for our next set of games.
And welcome back to the Unite Legends Showdown, Unity Clash Showdown of Legends. We'll just say that a little backwards. I'm Draku, and I look very cheapy today, and it's a little chilly, as you can see with my double layering going on. And we got Bridget, who is soft launching Ditto to Pokemon Unite. By the way, welcome Bridget once again. Let's go back to that again. Let's theorycraft Ditto for a little bit. Like, what would Ditto do? Would it be like the ultimate flex Pokemon and be like, I'm gonna play Ditto, and whatever you play, I can play.
Yeah, it's like actually just like when you spawn into game, you just like pick a different mon and it has a Ditto face, but it's like in draft, it's like, oh, we just picked Ditto, and it could be anything. That would be so broken.
Yeah, and then I don't like your only ability is transform, and you get that on
Right.
cooldown like every, I don't know, 20 seconds. Make it like the same amount of cooldown as the move swap that Mew gets, and you can just
Yeah,
change
like
to any other Pokemon on the enemy team. I wonder if it's like all 9 Pokemon or just the 5 Pokemon on the enemy team. I feel like all 9 Pokemon would literally be an endless amount of like options. That would be so sick.
literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that would be funny if you could like change like every minute like what mon you are. That would be hard.
Yeah.
That would break my brain for real.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I would
play
learn
like one
it
Pokemon.
for the bit.
We are getting towards the end of our winner side of the bracket. We may be holding another game, just so the second half of the broadcast has another best of 3. But you're more than welcome to go ahead and take a look at the bracket, exclamation point bracket, to see where we are and all the teams participating. But we're heading into the winners quarters final, so this is going to be our first qualification to day number 2 of the United Legends Showdown. This is going to be Exodia versus that's quite a long name. Maybe Traffy or Trafy and his sons. I'm guessing that's T, the first pick on their team, and his sons, Galaxy, Qatar, Nachos, and Mbok.
Yes,
The
some
sons.
EU demons. At least according to Start GG, there is a player named Traffy. I'm assuming that is T, but in this ban phase, we are gonna see these megas knocked out, and there we see our poor little anchor gets
Mega
the ban
Delmai.
as well. I do believe this is the right call. That guy was looking criminal in the games we've been able to see from him thus far. Suicune not gonna be on the docket here today, and it's looking like Mimikyu as well. Some real powerhouse picks so far. It doesn't seem to be anything too niche, but I would say all of these I am not surprised to see getting banned out.
You know, it would be so sick. I mean, Delmai's already has a really cool Pokemon design, but if it had like a Gigantamax form and or a Mega Evolution form, it's just like it's Delmai's, and then it brings like a huge like ghostly phantasmic ship would be like super cool. I don't know if that's a word, but I think that the impact is there. The meaning is there. But anyway, that would be like super cool. But here we go. Starting into the pick phase of our draft, Galaxy E Girl is going to be picking up another ghostly Pokemon. Darkrai heading to the battlefield as a first pick Pokemon. It's a difficult Pokemon to lock down. It's more of an attacker-like speedster because all of its abilities at range. And I like this first adaptation immediately to the sleep-inducing Pokemon, the awakening Pokemon with the Miraidon, putting in the Hadron engine and the electric terrain to prevent at least some of those sleep conditions from going off.
Yeah, and we're also going to see a priority on Alcremie, which I feel like has been criminally underrated in Western regions. So excited to see Exodia pick it up. But when I was able to watch the Japan's ACL day 1 last week, there was quite a bit of Alcremie. So I am assuming Exodia has been studying up on their Eastern metas, because I do feel like the little Alcremie is not rated as much in the West, and it does have a lot of opportunity. And this is quite a bulky
14.
team. We are seeing that Blastoise and Mamo for Exodia as well.
So I looked up in Unite DB of the electric terrain ability
Mhm.
for Miraidon. I was talking about this earlier. If it's like negatively inducing, if you have Miraidon as the same team as a Cliff or a Wigglytuff and a Darkrai, it says Miraidon and Pokemon are unable to be put to sleep. So from the language that's in Unite DB, of course, Unite DB is not like sponsored by Pokemon by any means. But if it's by specific language, it looks like all 9 Pokemon cannot be, or all 10 Pokemon cannot be put to sleep when they're standing on an electric terrain. So I don't know if that works. But anyway, we have Alcremie and a lot of very bulky Pokemon on the side of Exodia. And we have a Gengar 10th pick. Take a look at this. We did see, I think it was one of the LATAM teams during LAIC play a lot of Gengar. It's a Pokemon that Speed was most recently buffed, I think 2 or 3 patches ago, getting higher sustain and higher healing when you're landing that Dream Meter, and then the second part of that Dream Meter when you jump on an enemy Pokemon. But very unique Pokemon on either side. That Alcremie, Mamoswine, even Blastoise to some extent, with Hydro Pump and Rapid Spin being highly played during LAIC. And then also this Greninja is pretty unique as well.
Yeah, definitely it seems like a pocket pick kind of Pokemon for Traffy, and many players honestly love this Greninja and kind of force it into these 5 stacking comps. But other than that, it looks like Traffy and his sons have a pretty standard comp, I would say, whereas Exodia is going full it's not even off meta, but just like not quite. It's kind of like mid meta, like not mid in a bad way, but like middle is what I mean.
Yeah.
Middle of the road type of Pokemon, or maybe just a little more unusual, especially that Gengar, like you said. Reggie of CACM from Latam North was an absolute monster on that Gengar, forcing it to get banned out from his team even in the finals. So it does have opportunity to be quite a menace. So excited to see
Mhm.
what Exodia is able to do on it. Both of these ghost types are going to be getting that central area.
I think we had a huge moment during LAIC this year for Dignitas when I think it was Zealot holding the tier 2 goal zone in game number 1 of the grand finals. I don't know if you remember that game in particular,
I
but he
remember.
was holding off the goal zone of 5 members of, I think it was, yeah, it was CACM trying to push onto the tier 2 while Inder was scoring with Hoopa in the backline, getting a huge magician, getting like 100 or something points in the final like 10 seconds of the game. But more importantly, Zealot was holding the goal zone down with Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump, and all of CACM was not able to score on that goal zone with it, just him applying that Hydro Pump damage. But as we head into the early stages of the game, one thing that struggles for Blastoise is Squirtle and Wartortle does tend to struggle getting experience. So we'll see how this Pokemon and how this player manages to get experience in the earlier stages of the game, as we see a lot of that wild Pokemon going over to the Exodia and Wartortle early on in this game. That's huge.
Yeah, it does get some help with that little Swinub wearing the EXP share. We see this a lot with that Blastoise in that Bruiser kind of role, that top lane role, doing so much damage. Interestingly enough, Exodia sent both of those tanks in the top path, and Alcremie is down here helping out their Miraidon, kind of holding things down. Neither lane getting too much momentum. Obviously, Exodia a little further ahead, I feel like, in levels, but not by much, as that little combo skin gets that level 6 in that top path clef, getting those stacks off in the top path as well for those moonlight healings to be even bigger for their squad, but probably gets punished up there by the tanks. Meanwhile, the rest of Exodia is in the central area, securing that Reggie Drago, that first objective of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Clefable did go down in the top path, but did take the attention of both defenders on the side of Exodia as it was dancing around the tier 1 goal zone. They're continuing to steamroll in the bottom path. They will lose their Haunter, unfortunately. Here comes the Dark Void, is being placed on both the Miraidon and the Mimikyu in the bottom path, and is going to be putting them, not the Mimikyu, is that a Mimikyu there? I actually can't. Oh, it's an Alcremie! I couldn't see. I was like, that Pokemon is so tiny. I think it's a Mimikyu. I was like, wait, there's no
It
Mimikyu on the field.
He's so
It's an
small.
Alcremie.
He's
It's
so
just so small
small.
that the sleep and the dark void curse on it was like larger than the Pokemon itself. I couldn't actually see what it was.
Well, especially with the skin that the Haunter has, like the gourd on its back is bigger than the Alcremie by quite a bit. As our little sweet Alcremie is holding it down in the spot path, throwing out those sweet scents, that big AoE you just saw, and its little dollops, which do heal. And there are 2 types of dollops as well. Traffy securing that bottom objective, that Reg Ice for their squad in this 4v2 situation. But you can see that there are 2 types of dollops that the Alcremie throws out. There's one that is normal, and then there's one that, when their boosted gauge is full, has a a little sweet like berry on top. And those berry ones are actually really, really crucial. Not only do they heal, they're able to heal through curse items, and they offer a cleanse,
Oh.
so like a blissey safeguard to your team as well. So really, really valuable stuff, especially those berry dollops. The enemy team is not even able to pick them up. They are for your team only.
That's some knowledge that I didn't even know. I don't play a whole lot of Alcremie, but it's actually wonderful to know. So thank you for providing that. As we see the
Yeah,
team pivoting down to the bottom
flashless.
path, level 10 on your Gengar, mind you, as they are as they do retreat back to their tier 1 goal zone. 3 points left on this goal zone. So if they do want to break this with a small cap, Traffy and his sons can do that, but heavily defended is Exodia. As we peer over to the left side, I think it's 61 points on the tier 1 goal zone. But take a look at this play. A 6-point overcap, but that will give them positional equity in the top path as they've lost their tier 1 goal zone. And Exodia is going to be pushing on forward with that Phantom Ambush. Here comes the Ignite move from that Gengar. Can they hold this goal zone? Fluffy Cream Supreme setting up shop here on the tier 1 goal zone as well, handing out the sweets and the candy for Exodia as they push on forward. Do they have enough offensive pressure though? The Gengar trying to push on forward. Here comes a Hydro Typhoon to kick that one up, and the defense for Traffy and his sons is looking really strong.
Yeah, both of these teams have so much sustain with these healing supports, but it is going to be Traffy and his sons coming out on top, securing those KOs. Qatar on this Crustle going to
Oh,
try to get that dunk, and he does. Huge overcap for the squad. We still have a Pillow Swine on the side of Exodia. Obviously, still a strong Pokemon. It's not like Mamoswine's Unite move is the craziest thing in the world, but you do want those stat boosts of getting up to that level 9. It actually looks like Miraidon on the side of Exodia is on the struggle bus a bit in terms of XP, so that should be the priority if I'm being honest. It's not like Piloswine is more valuable than the Miraidon. You definitely want your damage carries to get the XP more than the support tank players. So just kind of need to prioritize that farming, perhaps on the side of Exodia. Meanwhile, Traffy and his sons making moves on this Reggie Alecki. Some members of Exodia have made an appearance, but that Blaziken Blaze Kick Secure is just extremely strong when it comes to getting those last sets, as we've been seeing just about all tourney and for ever since Blaziken came out, pretty much.
I mean, that strategy is tried and true, right? All the way back from Dragonite in year 1, Pokemon Unite. Securing objectives is just prime for Pokemon Unite. And it looks like securing some KOs might be in favor for Exodia here as the kick gets put up once again. Hex Gengar is able to find a KO on the Crustle. They are fairly low HP, however, so they got to be very careful. Can't even see the HP bar of that Gengar as they retreat back to their main base. And as we head into the final quarter of the game, 341 to 167, more than a 2-time score for Traffy and his sons. But taking a look at the team of Exodia, that Blastoise is starting to get high in level 12, about to hit level 13 in just a few moments here. Pokemon to watch, especially again, is going to be that Clefable. Can they heal their team? And does Exodia even have enough anti-heal? Most likely that Miraidon and maybe that Blastoise, but do they have enough damage to even KO something like a Blaziken being supported by that Clefable when those Blaze passive procs, those life healing goes off for this Pokemon?
Yeah, and I mean, especially if the Clefable is using those stacking stacks, which we did see in the previous set, I would imagine Trafina Sun's Clefable player is using those stacking specs as well, because even if you just get 2 stacks off on your Clefable, that is typically stronger than any other special attack item in the game. So it's not like you need to be fully stacked. If you get more, it's almost just like a bonus. But we
Mhm.
do see Trafina Sun securing up that Reg Ice buff, which will be even more beneficial for these Clefable heals. They will get a little boost on the health regen. Both teams setting up in this central area. We can see the pokes are starting to come out for Miraidon, but it's actually going to be Traffy on that Greninja, who has not quite made an appearance yet, but Exodia is already putting damage on this Groudon.
Groudon brought down to 60% already. Take a look at the backline as the Greninja being jumped on by the Blastoise. Groudon at 60% as well. Fluffy Cream Supreme is already on the battlefield trying to support the team the best they can. First to go down, however, is that Blaziken. I feel like Blaziken not having the greatest day in these larger scale team fights. Here comes the Unite move from the Miraidon. Is going to expire there. Groudon is already brought down to less than 50%. Who's going to be able to get the secure here? Hydro Typhoon on the Groudon, and Gengar tier 1 goes down as the Gengar able to get the secure on the goal zone.
What a fight out of Exodia. They definitely did not have the level advantage there, but were able to play it very, very safely. And I did see some maybe misunite moves out of Traffy and his son's squad. I know that some didn't land, I feel like, the way they had it intended, whereas Exodia was much more patient and calculated. You have to play, I feel like, a bit carefully when you have an Alcremie as an healer, because it is not the infinite AoE healing that we are used to when you have that Clefable player, which kind of allows your team to be a little more fluid, whereas with the Alcremie, you need to be much more coordinated. And Exodia was able to pull it off quite well. However, they're still down in points. They need to make a push towards one of these goal zones. It looks like Gengar is backing up to maybe do some defense, but Trafina Suns are not pushing anywhere just yet. We do see that Greninja Unite move come out, not able to connect with the Exodia members. They need to get a dunk in, and there's only 10 seconds left. Gengar with the hero dunk on that bot lane might be game saving, but Dark are able to get in 84-22 for Mamoswine. The goal zone does go down another 22 from Miraidon, 50 from the Blastoise. I think Exodia was able to get enough dunks in.
It's going to be a close game. We're going to need to go to the scorers table here. Traffy and his sons, could they hang on with the score? And they
Oh, we're
cannot see
being
it.
edged. Wait,
Oh
what?
no! We cannot see it. I have no idea who won.
Uh,
I think with the scores they got on the tier 2 goals on Gengar getting a score in bottom path tier 2, and then the rest of Exodia getting scores on the tier 2 in the top path, it was enough to overcap it, but it's hard to say with the Darkrai getting a huge score on the right side of the field. We'll get that confirmation here in just a second, but what a nail biter of a game towards the last seconds of the game.
yeah, I do feel like I just heard from our production that Exodia did clutch it up. We just wanted to leave you guys in suspense with us, but really good push from Exodia, especially those last minute little dunks. Traffy the Suns almost clutched it out. That Darkrai dunk definitely scared me for sure, but really, really strong end game from Exodia. Really just like knew their win con, knew they had to lean into that Gengar, and the rest of the team clutched up like crazy.
Yeah, it's really tough to stop a Blastoise pushing on forward with that Hydro, the hyper. Words are hard this morning. The Hydro Pump followed by the Rapid Spin. It's really hard to stop a Pokemon at like that level 13. It has all of those defenses boosted, also with the healing by the Clefable right next to it, and it was a really valiant effort for Traffy and his sons to send the Darkrai to get a score off on the tier 2. Now, if the Gengar was in that would be 5-player push on the tier 2 goals on the top path, then maybe they would have won that. But it was a perfect strategy to send one member to the bottom path to ensure one score goes down there, and then maybe split up the team for the tier 2 push in the top path. So beautiful play by Exodia and really being patient towards the final seconds of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And that is like the beauty with this Groudon buff. It's almost beneficial to wait to push until the last minute. It can be pretty risky, obviously, if the defense is goaded, like we saw with Zealot and Dignitas, like you were talking about previously. But it does give it, like, basically ensures that the other team won't have enough time to steal those Groudon buffs and make a reverse push, kind of ensuring that yours is the last push of the game, kind of reminiscent of football, making sure you don't give the ball back to the other team for them to make a play at the end of the game. So I am hearing from production that we need to take a short break before we get into this game number 2, and then I do believe we have our new casters taking over. Tano and Malice will be here to guide you guys for the rest of this day number 1. I will be back tomorrow for day 2, so don't miss me too much. But Draku, you have any final words before we're shipped off here?
Not too many words. Delmai is super fun, buff Phalanx, and we'll see you with Kyogre in just a little bit. We're going to be heading off to a break and get our other casters in here. But once again, we're going to be finishing off day number 1 with both Malice, Professor Malice, and Spartan Tano, yours favorite. And do not go anywhere. The Unite Legends Showdown with Unity Clash will be back very, very soon. See you again soon.
Uh, Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you can hear as well. Spartan Tano here, joined by the incredible Professor Malice. How are you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing great, better than the. I'm doing good, better than great. Some days better than that. I got to make sure I start to perfect that phrase, but it's been a phenomenal time for me, and coming back to Unity Clash is always a pleasure, and I'm really excited to be here. One of my teams that I'm coaching, or a sister team of a team I'm coaching, is in the tournament today, and I'm hoping to get to see them.
You and me both, buddy. I'm excited to see how they get on, but we have an interesting matchup before we have the chance to have a nosy. It's Anti-Cell taking on All Roads Lead 2. This is a LATAM South versus NA matchup that we've got coming up.
All roads lead to NA? Huh? I love that name. That name, there's so many fun things you can do with it. Are you familiar with either of these teams? The compositions they like to play, new strategies they might be incorporating today?
I know a couple of the players from All Roads Lead 2. Don't know that much about the team because unfortunately it ain't my region. And I'm an EU player, Professor Malice, which means I don't get along with NA. They always wipe out EU in any tournament they take a part in. So I'm salty.
Oh, I can taste that. It's leftovers from Thanksgiving.
I'm salty about. We saw what went on at LAIC. We see what went on last year as well. It's all NA that have been absolutely cooking so far. We've got a new big team on the block currently in the UCS, but this is all about the legends here, this showdown, and I cannot wait to see what happens in this matchup as we get stuck straight into it.
All right, Anti-Cell on the blue team, the purple team. Is it purple or blue? What do we call it for this title? We call it purple, right?
Yeah, purple, orange.
Purple. So as we go into draft, some of the big predictions I'm hoping to see, and it's already happening right now, is a removal of the mega Pokemon. Charizard came in very strong, got nerfed. Mega Lucario, similar story. Still high ban rates for both of those. And look, what do you know? Both of them will be the first two bans on the side of Anti-Cell.
Yeah, no surprises there. Same with this weekend coming out here from All Roads Lead 2. Let's see if they continue with that ban run. I mean, of course, we've seen how dominant Vaporeon has been, but not be able to be playable. Umbreon is going to be the ban here for All Roads Lead 2. Are they going to stick with the same utility bans?
They may. Some of the utility bans that come out have been pretty consistent. It will be the Miraidon. You got the Suicune, you got the Umbreon, sometimes the Blissey, the Clefable. The pink guys really get banned pretty heavily in North America, but with the priority generally being on the Mega Evolutions, which have already been taken out. The question I want to know, Anti-Cell being on the purple team has the first pick of the draft. They have to have some type of pocket pick selected here that they're prioritizing. And it will be, I want to say Delmaze, I don't know how to say his name. The Anchorman.
The Anchorman, yeah. So this is interesting. I've been away for the past 2 weeks, buddy, so I haven't had much chance to even play this Pokemon or see it in use. But here, being the first pick for Anti-Cell is so interesting. All roads lead to, they're going to pick up the tried and tested Darkrai that continues to be so dominant in this game. And I love the Clefable pick. I think with the prominence of how strong Delmize is, Clefable gets even bigger as a big pick.
I like the Eldegoss here. It's a pick that has been kind of a niche in competitive play, and is a good response to Bunny on the Clefable here. All roads lead to might be thinking picking up the Latios. I'd be surprised if they're going to run a double support comp. It'd be very fun to see. We do see the Snorlax, and it will be a double support comp with the Latios being picked by Jacob.
Yeah, that is very intriguing here. And then they're going to round it out with what you're looking for. You need some more ranged attack, but realistically, you've got to have some more oomph about you. So an all-rounder would be a great pickup there as Anti-Cell look to range things out themselves. Maybe going for that Alolan Raichu. They do have the Leafeon on the field, trying to match that speedster prowess here with one of the best early game speedsters here.
Nami Applin grabbing the Zacian. A very powerful all-rounder to round out their comps. All roads lead to a successful comp, and this is a very strong lineup. You might be a little deceived by the fact that it is a double support, but Latios is an interesting pick because it's one of the few supports that are designated to deal damage, which is a classification we haven't seen a whole lot of in Pokemon Unite. The first of its kind, and I think they are off to a really good start, but don't be that's all right. Don't be discouraged if you're a fan of Anti-Cell. They do have the Raichu, more of a control mage type character here. Has a lot of high burst damage, does have utility even when it's removed from the map. And so if you're trading out the Raichu to get the moves of All Roads Lead to, you still have impact, which can gladly be cleaned up by the Leafeon.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup. The thing is, Darkrai has been so dominant in this game recently, Professor. I feel like I like the pickup of the Leafeon because you need to have your own really fresh out the gate, quick out of the gate speedster to capitalize on the fact that Darkrai doesn't need to get an Evo, and straight from the gate, it can be a very oppressive Pokemon.
All right, well, we'll see how it plays out. I do believe Darkrai wants to look for a level 4 clear, just like the Leafeon, putting them on very similar timers. They could be rotating to the same side of the map, in which case we will see a fight around level 4. However, it's possible that they go in different directions and both teams have simultaneously a strong side and a weak side.
I love how big that Delmise is on the map. It's ridiculous as the pressure comes through already here. We're going to see Snorlax having to go back to the pad and take a quick nap as all of that is taken by Anti-Cell.
He is just massive. Leafeon moving to the top saying we'll be looking to set up for a gank. Zacian might already be aware of this. No, they do walk in and we get caught by the Delmise and the Leafeon. First gank going over to Anti-Cell.
What a combo that is. Level 5 is going to be. They have the top lane with Leafeon down by Gossip. May not be Gossip yet, but that will still work. Be wary of that. Dash is ready. Here comes the clears. How to go up. Sally. He's able. I want to push this pad out. They've got this. I continue to push. No, she's in. Wow.
All right, well, beep boop to you too. We look like to have some technical difficulties, but we're not about to miss out on the action. We do have a fight breaking on the bot lane. They did disengage, but Delmise will pick up a knockout like a Flable in the top lane. 8 minutes of the game, score is 28-2 in favor of Anti-Cell. Going back to the top lane here, Zacian in a 1v2 position goes for the engage, will get forced to retreat. Running for the berry, trying to regroup with his team. On the bot side, there will be a rotation. Snorlax and Latios looking to contest the center and bail out their teammates. And it's out now on the Regidrago. Regidrago at about 20% HP. Latios and Snorlax looking to get the last hit, but it will go over to Leafeon if Anti-Cell. 7 minutes in the game, score 45-2 in favor of Anti-Cell. Raichu putting down some Electro Balls to control difficult bushes, making it difficult for the advance. Latios trying to use this Dragon Breath as laser there to get some poke damage. Will be forced to go back as we see 4 players on the bot lane here. Delmise looking for a possible pick on the Zacian. Leafeon goes for the collapse. A fight breaks out. Rotation comes from the Darkrai. And will they be able to pick it up? Yes, the pickup does go over to the Zacian, and all roads lead to.
Hoping that I'm back, buddy. I'm not sure. We're having a few connection issues with the VC server, so apologies, chat. Hopefully you can hear me, though, and it's all good. Probably just a little bit delayed as all roads lead to, and I'm going to back on away from the Delmise. Anti-Cell continues to defend this T1 pad. The rip comes through from Zacian onto the side of the Regieleki. Wisely decides to get away. The hook was looking for it. Doesn't find the ladder. Bunny is going to distract Anti-Cell, though, as all roads lead to. Look to push back to the Regieleki. Not enough though, Malice, and in fact they're ranged out as the Regieleki goes to Anti-Cell.
You're back loud and clear and as beautiful as ever. Great to hear your voice, Tano. We do see Anti-Cell will grab the Regieleki. The Regieleki collapse, giving 20 points over to Anti-Cell. Anti-Cell is trying to get some stacks on a Leafeon. 1 point goes in, and it will be maybe another 2. Yep. Another 2 points going to another stack on the Leafeon. Then it will be collapsed from the Delmise for 27, giving a total of 124 over to the side of Anti-Cell. In the bot lane, we have some fast and furious action around the Reggie Steel.
There's a Thunderstorm Aerial going to go down here as well as they look for the KOs on the side of Anti-Cell. They've managed to find the Lapras though, as all roads lead to, and they take down the Reggie Steel. Leafeon trying to see if they can come in and take that heavy slam, catches out the Raichu, and they're sent back to Nurse Joy as all roads lead to, locks them down, but Delmise dives in to the Flux Zone. They managed to find a great KO onto the side of the Darkrai, but right now they haven't found a lot more. There goes the Zash, and Snorlax can't keep their team alive. They have to run as Anti-Cell bounce back with strength.
3v3 on the bot lane right now. We do see a revenge knockout coming from the Latios. It will be 2v3, but a fourth player comes into the mix. It will be the Raichu regrouping with their team. All roads lead to, and must put up a defense. A Snorlax rotating in to assist his teammate, while Caflable makes a run for the top side. Darkrai clearing its jungle, trying to get a level advantage in order to continue and assist its team. Raichu moving to the bot lane. Zacian pressing on forward in the top lane.
Now, we do have level 10s on the side of both teams here. We've got Unite moves ready to go, buddy, as we hit the 5-minute mark. 134 points to 5 right now. All roads lead to, more points are needed. That's the way it goes right now. You can't win a game of Pokemon Unite without scoring points, and these team fights haven't quite gone the way that they wanted, Malice. Not when Delmise is in the fight.
All right, we see Clefairy going in for a taunt. The taunt will not connect, and so they're having to be forced to regroup here. Leafeon looking for small changes to get some damage on. Another taunt comes in. Once again, does not connect, but some bubbles coming from the Latios, and an engage comes in from the Snorlax.
Here comes the cut through as well. Sovereign Swords ready to come through. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to be used here, trying to catch them out, but Zacian can't do just that. And instead, the response from Anti-Cell is on point as they take down the Latias. The Raichu connects with the KOs. They say goodbye to Cafable. This legendary doggo can only do so much as they're sent up the Flux Zone, and Anti-Cell break the pad and extend their lead.
4 minutes of the game, scored now 262-5 in favor of Anti-Cell. If you are all roads lead to here, you're in a very difficult position. You are behind by over 200 points, which can be a significant liability when it comes to the late game. Additionally, you're behind in EXP. There's 2 level 11s and 1 level 12 on the opposing team. They did catch up with 3 level 11s of their own. It's going to come down to a pick or two, knowing what they can concede and what they can go after in order to shore up the difference and play for that late game objective. That's going to be a surefire way in order to make up these missing points.
Yeah, one thing they've got to be thinking about is how are we going to handle that Delmise at that Groudon pit, because that has been something that they have struggled with for the entirety of this game so far, buddy. And then you've got that Raichu that has been so difficult for them to even get close to. So they've got to come up with a plan to take this together, looking to isolate the Lapras here on the side of all roads, looking to see if they can find a hit onto them, but the passive will be popped. Looks like they're going to be able to at least back on out here. So much attention thrown onto this Lapras, looking for that pick, a little bit of experience. In the meantime, though, Raichu continues to rain down the damage. Here comes Zacian from the behind, looking to see if they can get the flank. Eldegoss, though, keeps their team alive, allows them to get on the escape quick time, but this Zacian will not let them go. They cut through the Raichu, looks for the Eldegoss as well. Can they find the Leafeon as they're thrown back up the Flux Zone? They look to break some points in here, buddy, but it's Delmise who's back, and that means, again, they have to retreat.
All right, cut your losses while you're ahead. A setback is a setup for a comeback, and that is definitely one of the plays that they needed. They use a great example of ZOI, or zone of influence, to isolate one player in a 3v3. It quickly became a 1v3. Lapras isolated alone, took lots of damage, locked between the players of all road leads to. This gave them a number advantage. They pressed that advantage. They picked up 2 more knockouts, and while they lost 2 of their members in the end, they got some points in. That type of play is really good.
And this is it, Groudon's on the field. This is where it comes down to, but Lapras is sent back to Nurse Joy instantly as Darkrai does just that right now. Delmise looking to see if they can find a pick, throwing on in with the hook. Darkrai's trying to find them, though. Thunderstorm Aerial's going to go on down, and Sovereign's going to come through. It's Zacian that finds the hit with the sword, buddy, and they're ready to go on the rip onto the Groudon here. Delmise stuck in the middle of this pit here. Worst Nightmare's going to connect onto them, and whilst Darkrai tries to handle them, the rip continues, and Zacian's gonna take it with the Sovereign Sword. But can All Road score enough points to take the lead of this game?
All Road leads the Hope, and Hope is what they had indeed. They came up with a plan, they won the team fight, and now they have the buff and the objective. They got to preserve their life. If they don't go down, the opposing team, Anti-Cell, will not be able to grab that buff from them. But Raichu picks up a buff by taking out the Darkrai. It will be a chance for some counterplay, but 1 minute left in the game. Score now 262 to 335 in favor of All Roads lead 2. At this point, they have the lead, they have their points in, they want to recall, and they want to defend. If Anti-Cell cannot get another 100 burger in, All Roads lead 2 will see themselves led to victory.
Oh, this is going to be a monumental push from Anti-Cell. They know that they have to get some points in. They don't have any buffs other than on this Raichu, a perfect Pokemon to have it on. But there we go. Lapras Express is going to come on through, trying to see if they can pick the Clefable up here. But they're going to bounce on through here. Thunderstorm Aerial's going to connect. There's the Emerald two-step as they look for the hits onto All Road's lead. They've managed to find the Darkrai here, Malice, as they continue to push. We see the Sword come through yet again, but they're not able to score any points just yet. 10 seconds left, and they've been drawn down the flux zone as All Roads lead to NA are going to lock in this game 1.
That was insane. I'd love to see the Snorlax go in there, pop the block, start pushing people away. They weren't looking to win that fight. They were just looking to keep them off the pad, and that is exactly what they did. What an amazing comeback for All Roads lead 2. I was not expecting that to happen, but through great coordination, great selection of team fights, and prioritizing their targets, they were able to take a perilous situation into an advantage and come out on top. Well done, All Roads lead 2.
Yeah, I thought that was a brilliant way to respond at that Groudon pit, honestly. Knowing that they'd managed to find a great pick onto that Lapras, a lot of that defense was no longer there for Anti-Cell. They just knew they had to isolate the Dhelmise, and that's exactly what Popsy did. They used the Worst Nightmare to do that. As soon as there was any space for that Zacian, they were going for the Rip. And that's so important, Malice, because Zacian has a brilliant Rip and a great secure with Sovereign Sword. So with the fact that you can just go lock in and do that, you know that that Dhelmise is busy in a Worst Nightmare. You've got the secure that you need. A smart play by All Roads lead.
Can we talk about that damage number, by the way? The Latios was supposed to be a support, by the way. Most damage at the game, and the number that it had was over 100,000. I think it was 109,000, doing more damage than the Leafeon. Just insane. As we look at the timeline here, it will be All Roads lead 2, significantly behind all the way up until beyond the 8-minute mark. They had to get the objective. Once they got the objective, they finally jumped ahead. But back to the numbers here. Yeah, 109,000, 42% of the damage came from Latios.
Bro, I'm sorry. Like, how can you give that Pokemon a yellow background? Like, that makes absolutely no sense. In what world does a support do that much damage? It's absolutely ridiculous, mate. It needs a red background. But hey, nevertheless, I like the plan by All Roads League 2. They knew they didn't really have to rely on a ranged attacker because they had the Latias there to do just that. But I will say, that Dhelmise definitely felt like an issue for them to handle, Malice.
It certainly did. I wish I understood the champion a little bit better, what his hook does, what his abilities does, but it seems to be doing very consistently in this tournament. And for any teams who have not picked up this character, it might be something to be worth looking into or investing some time in. Certainly can be a problematic pick going into game 2.
Well, I've heard we've had quite a few problematic picks here in Pokemon Unite at the moment, buddy. With all, all these megas that are going on. We saw Vaporeon as well being very, very strong. I mean, hey-ho. It is Pokemon Unite. It's bound to happen, but I do like the additions that we're getting, and I like the fact that they've kind of just already shown us how important of a first pick that Dhelmise is. Will it be one of those Pokemon where people think, you know what, let's just ban it, or will it be continued to be contested at that first pick spot, Malice? That's what I find so interesting about these strong Pokemon. Some teams are like, let's just take it out. Others are like, no, we're going to continue to let it through and just basically give it to each other as that first pick.
I think that it is an indication of good game design when that first pick is not the same character every single game, when players do have some room to debate on what works for their play style or what they want to prioritize on that first pick. And sometimes it's delegated to a specific role, but if you have a variety of roles and a variety of different characters that can fill that spot, that's peak balance. Are
Mm.
we there yet? I'm not so sure. We keep seeing the same 6 to 7 bands every single game. So maybe that needs to be fixed first. But I'm glad to see Delmai's up there as a first pick option with Suicune and some of the supporters sometimes filling that role as well.
Yeah, I do like when we have Pokemon that have their set role, but kind of do a different role. You know, we talk about the pseudo speedsters all the time. We talk about these. I mean, my favorite example really is the Fire Spin Armor Rouge, where an attacker, but it's actually more of an all rounder. I like that kind of play, Malice, because it's not something that you expect, and it's something that you have to work around and kind of come up with a plan that isn't typical of the background. So I do like that, but I think at the moment we've got a couple where they're just getting a little bit ridiculous. I mean, we've just seen it with Latias. Like, you are looking at that and you're like, okay, that's a support Pokemon that is, whilst it's a damage support Pokemon, you're not expecting it to be doing crazy damage. It's not something where you're like, we need to target that and make sure that, that's not surviving long in these fights. But 109k damage, that was more than anyone got on the other side as well on a support Pokemon. That's a little bit crazy.
In Latia's defense, it has a scaling ability. The more it hits you, the more stacks it gets, the more stack it gets, the more damage it does. And when you're against a composition that's mostly melee and doesn't have long range harass, like Raichu is not the biggest ranged ADC or sorry, attacker in this game. And so I believe Latias has a lot of opportunities to build the stacks. And it's paired with a Snorlax as well, who can help peel for it and enable it to have lots of uptime in those fights. The more uptime it has, the more time it has to attack, the more spell rotations, the more stacks, the more damage. And as we saw, 109,000. Another part of that is just the AoE damage. If it hits for 500 points of damage and hits 5 targets, it just did 2,500 points of damage. And so I think those numbers don't always tell an accurate story, but that Latias was having quite the impact. And I'd like to see more stacking-like characters built into the game, because they do give a different flavor, for lack of a better word, to the way that the early game and the late game is played.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, you got to give it to All Roads Lead 2 for really sort of building around that, recognizing that, building around that comp, and trying to come up with a way for them to really capitalize on that, because it definitely was one of those where they're coming up against the Pokemon in the game right now that people consider is extremely strong. And I mean, I'm with you. I've not had much chance to play Delmai's or even go up against Delmai's, so I don't know that much about it, but I do know that hook, and I do know that unite move, and I do know that every time they were in a team fight, as soon as Delmai showed up, it was a much difficult fight for them. So knowing that they were up against that as the first pick, smart job from All Roads, I think.
Smart job indeed. I'd be curious to see if he gets through the ban phase. I do think some of the bans that we saw last game might be interchangeable. I don't know if the Umbreon ban is necessary. Delmai's could replace that. And I think it was a Blissey ban with the third ban, also something that can maybe be swapped out. But likely keep the Suicune unless they want to threaten somebody on pick 1 to force them to ban the Suicune or take it for themselves. Could be a very interesting way to use the bans. But I would be curious to see.
I think what we're going to do, though, chat. I mean, yeah, they could do the same with the Megas. What we're going to do, though, chat, is head to a quick break, because I believe we are just swapping a sub out. So we will be back with you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back. We're going straight into the draft here, and let's see what the changes are, Professor Malice.
All right. Oh, Anti-Cell still on the purple side. They chose a priority pick here. It worked out very well for them. All Roads 2 will have the chance to get a double pick, though, on Orange 1 and Orange 2. Darkrai, first ban. They don't want to see that again.
I don't blame them, to be honest. It's been a little while that this Darkrai has been such a strong pick. It's one of those where as soon as it comes out of that central area with that level 5, the stuns it's going to be doing, the control that it can have is just so strong. All Roads leads 2 are going to ban out the Suicune here as well as the Umbreon. No changes there. Miraidon and Charizard X for Anti-Cell. Lucario has to be the next ban.
It's a smart move on this one. If they do take the Charizard, it forces the Mega Lucario for the orange team. If they don't, Mega Lucario gets first pick, which they don't want to see, meaning Delmise is open for that first pick again, and they lock it in. Electaman back on the Delmise.
Yeah, it's definitely one area Anti-Cell didn't feel like was a problem for them, so they're going to go for just that. All Roads lead 2 are going to do the exact same here, Professor. They love the fact that that worked for them last game. Let's just run it on back is what they say.
You know, don't fix what's not broken. If it worked before, it can work again. But I will remind them, Anti-Cell was able to build a massive lead in the early game, and it only came down to that last team fight that All Roads was able to turn things around. Anti-Cell might be willing to run the same composition back. Looks like they grabbed the Snorlax and they grabbed the Electabuzz.
Yeah, I kind of like the fact that they take the Snorlax away here, trying to take away that strong front line that Latias did have. So recognizing that here, taking that away as All Roads lead 2. Looking like they're going to go for an extra pink blob here. This plan looks interesting here, Professor. That is a Protect the President comp if we've ever seen one, and we have a Zacian on the field again.
This is, 3 support. I don't think I'm used to seeing compositions like this, even when it comes to niche comps. It's very irregular to have 3 different supports. Although, to be fair, again, Latias is a support. Oh, I do like the Gardevoir here. So one of the things you could do when you have players that have tons of healing is just massive burst damage. Blaziken and Gardevoir both feel that niche spectacularly. Massive burst damage before they can sustain, take them out of the fight. Might force the Blissey to take the shielding instead.
Yeah, this is interesting. We are going to have the Scizor, or rather it's probably going to be a Cypher here, which would be a good target for trying to take down that Gardevoir. This is an interesting comp from both teams here. A more rounded comp over on the side of Anti-Cell. Yeah, we talk about the fact that there may be 3 yellow backgrounds over on the side of All Roads lead 2, but I'm not sure you can even consider Latias to just be the support. They lost the Snorlax, right? Once you know that you don't have the Snorlax, you need a big front line for that Latias to continue to do what they did in that first game, Professor Malice, and it looks like that's why they've picked up both pink blobs for it.
That's one way to go about it. Certainly, they do have a lot of HP, is what those 2 characters are well known for in the VGC. Although I'm not sure it translates so well over to Unite. They do have a lot of defense. They do have a lot of shielding and healing. It allows them to be the pseudo tanks. I don't know if they have the same resistances as you would see on a defender, but they have other ways to maximize their uptime and buy time for their teammates. I do have concerns over the ability for their composition to follow up or pick out or pick the fights that they want. I think a lot of the agency in this game is going to be the hands of Anti-Cell.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have the Blaziken, they're going to have the Delmise. It's going to be a difficult task for All Roads lead 2 to find those KOs, let alone get close to this Gardevoir. As we see the matchup here in the bottom lane already, and it is going to be the power of Snorlax that gets the first secure.
Heavy body slam there, doing a massive amount of damage, but the retaliation is coming in strong from All Roads lead 2. Snorlax is going to be forced to pull back with a good chunk of health bar missing. Scyther now rotating to the bot lane, possibly looking for an early pickup on the Ralts.
Ooh, X-Speed is going to be used here as Glossifer's looking for it. Doesn't find it just yet. We now have dual wing beat ready to go in the bottom lane. Doesn't find the matchup they're looking for, though, as Combustion is quite happy to jump around and get away from the Cypher. Anti-Cell right now are comfortable in this lane. They're going to back on up as we wait for these 850s to come on in, and it is going to be grabbed by that Blaziken here. They look to find a good hit, but dual wing beat's going to do what it does, takes down Snorlax. The disruption coming in from this Rolt, but the 21's going to go in anyway.
Man, the turnaround on the bot lane there from all roads lead to was beautiful. Too much healing brought Scyther right back ready for action. A resource disadvantage on the side of Anti-Cell. Scyther being able to pick that apart, pick up 2 knockouts, and put his team in the lead.
I still can't believe how big this Pokemon is in this game, buddy, but it is going to be very comfortable trying to take on these two here as Eldegoss is going to bring the assistance. They're going to get away with 1 HP in a dream, but that is not a matchup that they were looking for. Their Dhelmise proves to be too much yet again.
All right, action about to break out in the bot side here. Both players are getting ready to engage. While in the center lane, Scyther's looking to take the objective. Blaziken will get aid from his teammate in the form of Eldegoss, trying to force back the Scyther. Scyther goes for the knockout, picks up the knockout on the Regidrago, giving the buff over to All Roads Lead 2.
That is pretty strong for them. They've already got 53 points on the board. Still a donut on the store for Anti-Cell right now as they look to find more power spikes. They need that Blaziken on line. Right now, Cypher's hit level 8, looking for their Unite move that they are. They have that dual wing beat, which means the execute capability is there as they dive on in here, looking for the Dhelmise. The pressure's going to come too much as they're sent back to Nurse Joy. Eldegoss pushed down the Flux Zone as All Roads Lead 2 score plenty of points.
Now, some moments in the game. Score is 0-94 in favor of All Roads Lead 2. A reversal of the previous match. All Roads Lead 2, leveraging that experience of this matchup to play it very differently, much better. However, in the bot lane, Regieleki will be up for contestment. Scyther comes in, goes onto the Snorlax. Snorlax is going to be forced to move away. A Unite move coming in for Scyther, taking out the Dhelmise. Blaziken looking for a way to get back in the fight. Will be able to grab the Regieleki and chases down the Scyther.
Ooh, Cypher still wanted to get out of this one. Blaziken bit off a bit more than they could chew, though, as they were looking for the KO. They do take the Regieleki here, but All Roads Lead 2 are going to be able to defend that comfortably, as Anti-Cell are going to have to back up, losing their Blaziken.
One of the scary things that happened, Reggie Ice just was taken by the Zoss in the top lane, giving a lot of health regeneration to All Roads Lead 2. If they already had a lot of HP and a lot of healing and a lot of shielding, they just got a whole lot more. Zossi is still very healthy despite being in a 1v5 there. Very bad positioning, but will be able to walk out, and they now can reverse and flip this fight. 2 blocks going at it. Scyther picking up a knockout on the Snorlax.
Yeah, they haven't quite got the power spikes they're looking for yet on the side of Anti-Cell, which means that level 10 Cypher will be too much of an issue in these team fights. They're doing the right thing here, though, as Sovereign Sword cuts down Blaziken. All Roads Lead 2 are keeping up the aggression. They have got really gone out of the gates here in this game, Alice, and I love it. 117 points unanswered to right now as they look to get 30 in the bottom side. Anti-Cell are just able to sneak in 18 as they look to be pushed away from the pad.
All Roads Lead 2, not happy to see that Snorlax strategy being used against them in this game. Very good play from the Snorlax there. Will be able to prevent some points going in, but was able to get 18. We're now 18-142 in favor of All Roads 2. Fight breaking on the bot lane as Blaziken picks up the knockout onto the Blissey.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one for them, though, as we dive on back through again with the dual wing beat. They are ready to find that pick, but this Dhelmise trying to make sure that they're at least showing face, making them have a second thought about whether they want to go in or not right now. The all-rounder is going to continue to hold that top lane against each other. There's 18 points only on the board for Anti-Cell. They want to get these objectives where they can. All Roads Lead 2. They're really showing attention to these Regielekis. This is the second one that they've gone for so far. They want to continue with this score lead.
I like this 4-1 split that they have going on. It's working very well for them. We do see Unite move coming in for the Gardevoir. We'll get multiple targets, picks up the Regieleki, and Anti-Cell now wants to take this fight. They do have a number advantage, but not for much longer, as Scyther takes apart the Delmise. Lots of healing and shielding from All Roads Read 2. They just got a 20% attack buff from the Zacian, who took the Registeel. Another target, 2-3 go down. This is a powerful play on the side of All Roads Read 2.
Yeah, the Lecky's going to go in, but they're not going to be concerned at all. Not only do they get a tasty overcap in that T1 pad here on the side of Zacian, but they found 2 KOs off the back of that as well. And they're just going to go and grab more farm now from the side of Anti-Cell and look to see if they can get even more KOs as they were pushing that pad. We see the Unite move coming out from Delmise here. They do manage to find the Cypher. That's going to be huge for them. The Blaziken's been taken down, though, as Delmise is on the retreat. Snorlax trying to pull the attention of All Roads League 2 to allow their team to get out, but Delmise pulled them in anyway. Fairy Singularity is going to be used here, pulls in the Blissey, but doesn't do enough as Snorlax is taken down, and Zacian just cleans up this Gardevoir right now. Delmise trying to defend against the world, but All Roads League 2 has cleaned up Anti-Cell.
Honestly, this is a bit disgusting to watch. If there was ever a case to be made to increase the power of cursed items, this would be it. All roads lead to significant heals coming in from the Conflable and the Blissey and the Latias in some cases, keeping everybody up, everybody healthy, nobody dropping below, I think, 70% in that last fight. Holding very well for All Roads Lead 2 as they continue to build their advantage.
I mean, they did get some points in, so they managed to cut down the score lead on the side of Anti-Cell. But again, it's the fighting that we're seeing that All Roads League 2 are dominating in this game so far. They've hit level 14 on the side of the Latias. They've got 13 on that Zacian. And all importantly, they have 13 on the Cypher with the Green Illusion Dive ready to go yet again. 20 seconds before Groudon takes to the field.
Top lane, some action coming up as Anti-Cell possibly look for a pick. We do see a taunt coming in for the Conflable with their teammates collapsing. Latias on the side getting a little bit of chip damage, but will decide to back off. They have to respect the hook. If they get picked, it could cost them the game. This fight upcoming is the fight to determine the victor of this match.
That it is. Right now, All Roads League 2 have the lead in their hands. The ball is in the court of Anti-Cell as they're backed up here looking for a hook, and Ladder doesn't find it onto the Blissey just yet as All Road Leads 2 are going to try and see if they can zone out Anti-Cell here. They've got that Zacian ready to go for a rip as they always do, and they are prepared. They're being patient here, waiting to see if they can find this first pick.
All right, some chip damage coming in for the Gardevoir. All roads lead to possibly looking to bait out the Groudon here. As long as they preserve the game, it goes very well, but they might want to be looking for a fight. Hook comes in from Delmise, does not connect. Blaziken over the pit now, fighting the Groudon, forcing the coin flip.
Oh, this is interesting. The rip's going to go onto the Groudon here. They're trying to see if they can find this Gardevoir. Fairy Singularity is going to go on down. Green Illusion Dive is here as well. Colin Crowd Clash is going to be used to try and keep their team in the fight, but Gardevoir has been destroyed. They're back to the Pokemon Center. The rip continues, though. Blaziken's looking to get the hit and find the secure. Can they find it, though? They do. Just in the final moment, Anti-Cell take the Groudon. They find the KOs onto All Roads Lead 2, and with such a close game left, these points will be enough to take the lead.
This is what we call a deja vu, a repeat of the last game. All roads lead to dominating the early game, just like Anti-Cell did in game 1, only to be reversed at the very last moment through the use of the central objective, this case being the Groudon. Over 300 points went over to Anti-Cell, now up 527 to 251. 13 seconds left on the board. This will be it. We're going to a game 3. Anti-Cell has taken game 2 indeed.
Interesting. Very interesting. All Roads League 2 were so aggressive in this one, Professor. They felt like they were not letting go of that pressure at all. But again, it comes down to that final fight. A good push from Anti-Cell to get themselves back into that in the final few moments, realistically. Yes, they gave up a couple of KOs, but they got the points that they were looking for. And it was all about that one important team fight, as Pokemon Unite often is.
Honestly, I think they just made a really strong tactical decision. When behind, When you don't know what to do, you got to take the best odds that you had. And they just went to rip. Excuse me. They believed they had better secure than All Roads Lead 2. They initiated the ground on fight and they said, look, if we win the fight, we get the buff, we win the game. And if we lose, we're in the same position we were before. There was no better play available to them as the clock was ticking down. They took it, they flipped the coin, they got the heads, and they took the game. Sometimes you have to be willing to take risks in order to get ahead, and that worked out beautifully for Anti-Cell.
And as if, you know, I don't know how, but Jacob managed to find even more damage in that game there, buddy, despite the loss. 121k on the Larius. It's so small, but it does so much.
That is insane to still see that high of damage on that character. Jacob is a monster. I wonder if we might see a Larias ban coming in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even have Snorlax there, but the double, like, pink blob combo was more than enough. Jacob is a menace on that Pokemon, buddy. Wow. But we're going to a game 3. Anti-Cell are the only people that have been able to use the Dhelmise in this game so far. They continue to stay on that first pick, but now it's down to whether All Roads League 2 want to have access to that first pick.
I'll be curious to see if there's a swap up, and if there is a swap up, will All Roads Lead 2 want to take the Dhelmise, or will they be prioritizing another pick? We did see a switch up in the bans in order to force the opposing team to ban certain targets. Like they held the mega bans until the very end, making All Roads Lead 2. I don't know why that name is so difficult for me. To decide whether or not they wanted to give up their third ban for the mega or concede the mega pick, in this case Mega Lucario, for Anti-Cell. I think if we've seen a switch up, a change once, we'll probably see some type of change again.
Ooh, Anti-Cell are going to stay here on that purple side. So this is quite interesting. And to be honest, All Roads League 2, they're very comfortable with the Larias plans that they've been doing so far. So it looks to me as if they kind of want to stick to that.
I mean, why fix something that's broken? Not broken. 100,000, 2 games in a row. Obviously, something's going right.
Yeah, I mean, rightly so. We literally came down to that game, that final fight in that game yet again. So, I don't know, looking at the bans, buddy, the Clefable is going to be taken out by Anti-Cell here. They're going to stick with the Darkrai as well. So, force the hand of All Roads League 2 yet again to ban out that Mega Lucario, but take one of their big picks with Clefable.
All right. Oh, no, they leave both Megas up. Now, a Mega will be picked on purple 1. If your All Roads Lead 2 at this point, your call might just be to leave both of them open and grab the one that's not taken, but they will get Lucario, meaning Charizard, on pick 1 should be coming through.
Or will Anti-Cell stick with the Dhelmise? I mean, surely you're going to go for the Charizard, right? I mean, you would expect so, but the Dhelmise has been working for them so far. Electroman's been very comfortable on it, and they are going to pick that from the get-go. Will All Roads Lead 2 stick to their plan they've been using for the entirety of this set, or finally get access to that Pokemon?
I think the Blaziken. Oh, they leave the Charizard up. He got passed up not once, but 3 times. It's not what I've been expecting. A Blissey on Anti-Cell. If Nexper is not on Charizard, I'm going to be a little surprised and a little upset. There's no shot it gets passed up 5 times in a row.
I would not expect so, as Blissey has been locked in here by Anti-Cell. What a setup they currently have. And there we go. Mega Charizard X is going to be picked up by Anti-Cell as well. What a comp they've got here. But All Roads League 2 are going to pull out the Slowbro, the tried and tested OG, back on the field.
You know, Mimikyu is still in the game and has not been prioritized all series long. I forgot about how strong Mimikyu was and how well it was performing. And I only reminded myself of it because I have bookmarked it as a de facto counter for the Charizard. Charizard's here. I do like the Slowbro as a pick, but Mimikyu is in the cards. Could be a pickup for All Roads.
I agree. No, 100%, buddy. We do have the Inteleon coming out here for some range on the side of Anti-Cell. Let's see what All Roads League 2 want to go with, because they are going to be looking for an all-rounder. I think the Mimikyu would be a brilliant shout, especially, again, having 2 of those Unite moves that takes a Pokemon out of the fight. You can never go wrong with that, especially when it is as strong as a Mega Charizard. So All Roads Lead to pick up on what you were saying there, Professor, as they get ready to take on Anti-Cell.
Man, both these compositions are nasty. I'm scared of both of them. Delmice, Snorlax, Blissey, and Mega Charizard, poster boy for some of the most banned champions in the game, and to be paired with Inteleon, another powerful attacker who was very prevalent in prior seasons, but I do think a nerf has rendered him less effective. Although in this case, the range he provides can be sufficient cover for the Anti-Cell team. All roads, though, have Mimikyu, have Blaziken, and Psyduck, another 3 highly contested, likely banned characters, followed up by the Latias and the Slowbro. Latias working very strong. Last 2 matches, over 100,000 points of damage back-to-back, and Slowbro, a great pick into isolating and removing any particular threat from the game.
I do like that the Inteleon is going to give them a kind of blanket with trying to take out Waterboy here on that Latias. You don't have to give too much to try and find the pick onto the Latias if you can use a snipe shot to find it. And I think that might be a really important point of this game here, Professor, as Anti-Cell breakthrough here with the Charizard taking the central area. Mimikyu doing the same for All Roads Lead 2.
All right, both teams are off. Early exchanges are likely to happen to bot lane as Snorlax uses his massive body slam to get some good chunk damage off. However, in his retreat, will get poked apart by the Latias, who has a really strong level 1 ability. That Swift is very wide when it comes to its skill shot range and the number of targets it can hit. Very easy to land, very easy to build damage up on.
Up in the top lane, we've got the Psyduck and the adorable Torchic trying to take on that Delmize and the Blissey. Mimikyu is here. They've hit level 5, and it's all about how aggressive they can get. If they can find an early pick onto this Delmize, that would be huge for All Roads League 2. At least gets the X speed out of them, makes them go back to the pad, and they know where the Charmeleon is as well.
And Charmeleon, especially the Charmeleon for Mega Charizard, does a lot of damage. That Fire Punch is disgusting, but we do see Inteleon rotating up to the top lane to give their team an advantage in a 4v3 fight. Does not lead to a shutdown or a pick for either team, but it looks like the center Pokemon will go over to Anti-Cell.
Yeah, it has meant that All Roads League 2 get really aggressive down in that bottom lane, but we do see the Charmeleon rotate down, finds the KO in the top lane as well. Anti-Cell get really aggressive with it. They do manage to get back to the pad on the side of the Combusken, though. The Inteleon is still here in this top lane. 15 seconds before we see the Regidrago take to the field, and they have to alleviate the pressure. That central area has been left with nobody getting it.
All right, Mimikyu is on the job to do just as you described, to get some central pressure, is going to rotate to the bot lane and decides not to, instead to stay on the objective. In the top side here, we do have a fight breaking out, but Mimikyu with his teammates will grab the Regidrago, giving All Roads League 2 an advantage. 7 minutes into the game, score is 8-20 in favor of All Roads.
Now they want to get really aggressive down here. The Trick Room's going to go on up. We do have the Charizard ready to go on in with the headbutt. Looking for the damage here. Heavy Slam's going to connect. Looking for the Psyduck. Snipe shot comes through. Is going to be taken by the Slowbro. All Roads League 2 are going to retreat back to their T1 pad. Good defense from Anti-Cell, but still 20 seconds. We've got these coming on in, and they want to go back to being aggressive here. Looking for that Unite move on the side of the Charizard here. Just looking for a little bit more farm before these 7 minutes come in. Inteleon connecting with these snipe shots.
All Roads Lead 2 might need to come up with a different strategy here. They are taking a lot of damage from the Inteleon. The snipe shot is really laying on the pressure. And if they try to take a fight while down in resources like this, it could be a compromising play. All Roads Lead 2 take up on this advice and rotate to the top lane, going for an objective trade. They're going to give up the Regieleki. They're going to take the Reggie up on the top lane in order to build for a better fight in the next play.
All right, it's all about those adjustments. Does mean that that Mega Charizard is going to be ready to go Mega now that they've got their Unite move as well. The next team fight is not going to be as easy for All Roads Leads to. Has to make the decision when that's going to be, though, as it looks like Psyduck is going to pull a lot of attention here. All Roads Lead 2 got a little bit caught out, though, as they look to see if they can find the Snorlax right now. Anti-Cell are very happy getting aggressive with this, seeing if they can find more. Snorlax isn't going to find the pick on Slowbro, though, and they retreat back into their central area, Professor.
All right, 6 minutes into the game, all the objectives have been cleared. So at this time, both teams are looking to farm and perhaps rotate between the two lanes in order to get a number advantage. If a number advantage doesn't present itself, then it's going to come down to technical play. Who can outmaneuver the other team or get them with something that puts them in a bad situation? Some poke damage coming in from the Inteleon, trying to test the resources of Blaziken. Blaziken kidnaps the Charizard. Charizard now forced to retreat while Blaziken hovers over the pad. Mimikyu looking for a flank. This could be the pick, but we say the Flare Blitz coming in. Here comes the Unite move from the Charizard. Charizard on the Mimikyu. Mimikyu retaliates with the Unite move of its own.
That is a brilliant response from Mimikyu. As soon as that Charizard Unite move came through, they responded in kind. The Azure Spy Vision is here, though. Double KO is going to come through from Anti-Cell as they look for more. That's the power of the Azure Spy Vision, but all roads lead to, with a mahoosive defense, have managed to do what needs to be done at the moment to protect their team. They only lost the Mimikyu in that fight at that moment. Right now, though, they continue to fight this through as Blaziken comes back. They take down Snorlax, and I tell you what, they're going to be quite happy with how that team ended up fighting.
I think they are too, as the EXP between the two teams starts to hit an equilibrium. Most teams having a level 9, both teams having a level 11. Still advantages on the side of Anti-Cell, but the gap is being closed. Mimikyu picking up the Regieleki in the bot lane, another way to help shore up some of these missing points.
Really wanting to put the pressure here as well onto this Charizard. They are not concerned about the mega power that this Pokemon has, as all roads lead to have come to this pad to score points. They do manage to get the Regirock on the side of Anti-Cell. A huge defense here from Snorlax, to be fair to them, as the Power Nap is going to come on through, but the pad will be broken, and it does mean the Regieleki is going to put some pressure on the T2.
All right, 4 minutes in the game, score 230 to 107. All roads lead to. Just got another point, 20 points in from the Regieleki. More points sure to follow. Many Unite moves going off in the bot lane. They do take the entire pad, shoring up the points. Only 11 points between them. But Charizard, using his Unite move at the 345 mark, will help pick up an additional 2 knockouts for the side of Anti-Cell.
Oh, this poor Latias, that is a world to take on as they're sent back to Nurse Joy, but they're going to be not too concerned about that right now. Good effort from Anti-Cell, though. Definitely got themselves well back into this game, but as we have a look at the score lead, a 40-point has just gone on in. A little bit of ankle breaking there to get away from the hook, but we have a game on our hands with a minute away from Groudon taking to the field.
Both teams are ready, excited, and eccentric to make this play. Only 1 minute left in this game. Both teams determined to let nothing stand in their way. Snorlax pushing out the Blaziken. Blaziken looking to get some chip damage in order to build that advantage. Snipe shots coming in from the Inteleon.
Oh, 2 have landed as well. Can't find the third one. Nearly taking out the Blaziken. And I gotta say, the snipe shots have been on point for Anti-Cell. It's been a brilliant pickup on the side of that Inteleon. We do have a Regieleki about to come into this bottom lane. All roads lead to, looking to get the rip in before Anti-Cell can show face. But they are here. We have the snipe shot ready to go, but it's not going to penetrate as it's taken by the Slowbro. And the Regieleki is going to be taken by All roads lead to. That's going straight to the home pad as well, so has to be defended by Anti-Cell.
If you know where they are, you know where they're not, and by having to contest that Regieleki, you're going to get priority over the positioning for the center. Although Slowbro and Blaziken are not there yet, all roads might be forced back by the 5 players of Anti-Cell.
Here we go. When there's a crowd on, the game is on. It doesn't find anyone with a hook just yet, but the heavy slam will. There's a trick room going up, and the snipe shot's going to be heavy as they find the Mimikyu. And there's the Unite move coming out from the Mega Charizard. They're going to be answered with a play with me, though. Slowbro is going to be taken down here as the Dhelmise connects, and they cut through. All roads lead to straight onto the T2 pad here. Latias is sent back to Nurse Joy, and Anti-Cell has cleaned up the oppression that is all roads lead to.
All right, Blaziken's not giving up, is trying to take a position in the top side here, looking for a possible flash blaze kick in order to take the ground on Slowbro. Now into the pit, going for the cornflake. Psyduck is in there too with no Unite move, but it is going to be very close. And what does it go? It will be picked up by the Blissey. Anti-Cell in a fight for territory goes big and sends them home.
That is insane. That Groudon was on 1 HP for a solid second or so, as now Anti-Cell are going to reign in the Hundo Burgers. Look for a couple of sides as well. They need it here because right now it's still 14 points in the lead for All Roads Lead 2. They have to defend this pad, but they don't have enough Pokemon as they take them down. Anti-Cell are going to do what needs to be done. All Roads no longer lead to NA. It's LATAM South.
30 seconds left in the game. Score differential nearly 400 points. All Roads, I don't know, will have a chance to come back. They need to somehow knock out all 5 of the players, get the bus for themselves, and have 400 points on hand. And I'm not sure that number of points is even on the board right now that they can take. More points going over to Anti-Cell as the fights continue to break out. 1, 2, 3, and 4, sending All Roads out the door. Anti-Cell will be the team moving on.
What an effort. I feel like, you know, you look at the Mega Charizard, you look at the Dhelmise, but I gotta say, All Roads League 2, I think the Mimikyu was inspired, Professor. I think it was a brilliant response to seeing those Unite moves that they had to deal with. Every time we saw Yorch pull out their Unite move on that Mega Charizard, the same happened to them with the Mimikyu popping their own. So I think that was a brilliant response.
I have a question for you. Do you think Latios broke 100,000 points of damage this game?
Oh,
Then
bro,
go for a three-peat.
If the past few games are anything to go by, 200k, easy.
200k?
It's got to be higher than the previous two, right?
I mean, if trends continue, absolutely. Jacob has been a monster on that pick. Now, if you are a fan of All Roads Lead 2, do not be discouraged. Even though they dropped this series, they will be able to play for a chance to come back in the comeback bracket. We don't call it the losers bracket. Jacob, 55,000.
Yeah, huge difference in that game. Looking at the damage, I mean, Mist was the ranged attacker to really deal with in that one. The snipe shots were absolutely on point for Anti-Cell.
I think it's difficult to stay alive in that game if you are the Latias. You have to dodge the skill shots from the Inteleon, which will take a good chunk of your HP away. You have to watch out for the Charizard, who can lock onto you both with a Flare Blitz and with its Unite move, and you have less peel this game than you had in previous compositions. You don't have the Snorlax, you don't have Blissey Kaflable, you have Psyduck, but it's just not enough for the firepower that Anti-Cell was throwing your way. And even if you could peel for them, with the long-range siege of Inteleon, it did not have the sustain to shake off that poke.
What a game that ended up being. I mean, to be fair, a very impressive showing for Latias in the first 2 games. You were absolutely right. Definitely a lot harder in that final one. Anti-Cell, they knew how to do what needed to be done, and they got access to the Mega Charizard. I don't know if that was the move, giving them that on top of the Pokemon that we're so comfortable with. Either way, though, All Roads Lead 2 will have an opportunity to fight on in that lower bracket as we head to a quick break so we can get the next set ready to go for you, chat. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. everybody, we're back, and we've got more action to be bringing you as New Gen are going to be taking on Chifera's Daruta here, Professor Malice.
Sorry. On Professor Catcher moment, as I have to collect my breath and not giggle, as I know I'm about to butcher this name for the next 30 minutes. Chauffeurs Daruta and New Gen. Really excited to see these teams play. I'm sure it will be an exciting match nonetheless, and I'm really curious to see what the prioritization will be on that first pick. Are we going to see more Delmise, or are we going to see a new strategy, a new priority coming in?
Well, I'm still fascinated at the fact that we actually saw a Mega coming on out that I wasn't expecting any of them at all, to be honest with you, but we saw a Mega Charizard coming onto the field, so I'm hoping we see more of that, to be honest.
I don't think it's going to happen. It doesn't make a lot of sense for me to happen, but what I do see is support coming in from production with an announcement on how to say that name. Show fair as the Ruta. Getting closer. But we do see the bands coming in. We do have Darkrai, we do have Blissey. Then there's going to be the first Mega going down with the Mega Charizard into Zacian. Blaziken will be on pick 3 for Daruta, while New Gen will have to decide if they want to let the Mega Lucario through.
Yeah, they've already banned out the Mega Charizard. I like the plan here from Chifera's Daruta. They're just going to allow them to have to ban out the Megas. So Lucario is pick-upable here, but Dalmise has been banned out. Let's see what the plan is going to be for them, buddy. A first pick is going to be the Mega Lucario.
All right, New Gen has the counter pick here. They have an opportunity to pick into it, and ooh. First off, that artwork, just beautiful. It's peak. Yeah. It's great, but they are going to go ahead and pivot to Suicune and Miraidon. Miraidon is something I kind of expected. Suicune, I didn't even process that it got through the ban phase.
No, neither did I. What a great pickup here for New Gen. They also have the Miraidon, one of the few ranged attackers that are very comfortable in this current meta. Let's see how Chauffeurs Daruta want to range out the rest of their comp here. Holy moly, it's Umbreon on the field, and they've got the Hooper paired with it.
That is a heavily strong pick. I am excited to see Hoopa. I want Hoopa to come back, but New Gen is not going to be outclassed here. Another powerful pick coming on the form of Conflable and Buzzwole. It's just tick for tack. Every time I'm like, ooh, I like this team. The other team comes in, I'm like, ooh, what's this over there? It's just, wow.
Some great counterplay here as Clefable is on the field. Let's see how they want to... Oh, look at that artwork for the Mimikyu as well. Beautiful, as the Alolan Raichu is going to be picked up here, and it is a Mimikyu on the field.
All right, New Gen has one more pick. They could be going for 3 all-rounders here. I'm not sure if Urshifu is the pick here, but would allow them to contest in close combat with the Mimikyu and the Mega Lucario. It looks like it will be the pick that they go. The more I look at that Mimikyu art, I really want to request that Pokemon make some skins, or at least some artwork that utilizes the old claymation that they used for like Gen 2 and Gen 3 cards back in the day.
Wow. I mean, I'm sure they'd be happy to do it, buddy. They might just charge you your entirety of your account to buy it, but nevertheless, it would look really cool. What I want is some sort of artware, like what they've got here as a reward for playing that Pokemon so much. I think that would be really cool.
I've got a lot of things I could say about that, but if it's not profitable, it might not happen in this game. Sorry, that is unprofessional of me. Going into this next game, I'm excited to see how these two compositions play. I really want to say New Gen has a much better front to back, but Chauffeurs Daruta has a much stronger all-in, and so I think sustained fights and committed fights are going to be a lot better for them, where New Gen is going to win a lot more of these short scrimmages, these short exchanges, maybe pepper out their opponent before the objective comes in. the pre-fight ritual, I think, is something to watch out for this game and will really indicate which team is going to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, New Gen, they have been in the lower bracket for most of today. They went down in the lower round 2. They have been fighting it out down there, which is really intense because they have been best of ones until this final set here in the lower round. So that has been, you've literally got to fight tooth and nail to keep in this tournament. Whereas on the other side of things, Buddy Chauffeurs Deruta, they've only just gone down into the lower bracket. They lost to BH3 Esports, one of the strongest teams in the EU region right now. 2-0 loss in that final winners quarterfinal. So they were very close to qualifying to day 2 already.
Ooh, you know, that is a whole other factor that might determine how this game goes. If New Gen is on a hot streak, they've won game after game after game. Mentally, they're as best as they can be. And Chauffeurs Deruta, though, just took a loss in their last game. And so they might be feeling a bit deflated. When we talk about teams, when we talk about mindset, what we're really talking about right now is what we call arousal levels. Is your team elevated, excited, and optimistic? Or are they down and depressed? And one thing that typically comes is a losing game sits a losing mindset, and a winning game sits a winning mindset. When you're upbeat and optimistic, positive performance tends to follow suit. New Gen could have the psychological advantage here.
Yeah, rightly so, as they do manage to find a couple of secures here as well. Interestingly, Kung has been left uncontested in the central area, so we will have the Urshifu coming into that lane, feeling comfortable. Umbreon's trying to put the pressure on, but all of that has been secured by Miraidon.
All right, action about to break up the top lane as both junglers move up for the play. Mimikyu is going to take center bush. Urshifu is going to sit on the pad and defend, discouraging any further action. I think they're waiting for the birds to spawn. And 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, we are. And there we go. A good pressure coming out from Mimikyu as they manage to grab majority of that. Good pressure as well from that Urshifu as they charge on up with the kick. But it is New Gen that will come out feeling comfortable as Mimikyu rotates to the central area, steals that away from Miraidon. Quick rotations coming out from Mimikyu here, Professor.
All right, Hoopa will bail his teammate with a portal, allowing them to get back in time to defend the pad. No points will be scored at this time. Suicune caught in a 1v2, having to retreat, but a retaliatory play might come in for the Buzzwole, who decides not to take that fight because their partner is also very low in HP here. We have another portal, sending Lucario back, maintaining his HP. Masterful play from the Hoopa.
Yeah, the eject button's going to come through, though, as Buzzwole gets them in their arms and sends them back to Nurse Joy. Lucario was waiting to see if they could find a final hit onto the Buzzwole, but with Suicune being there as well, it looks like they are really cooking on the side of New Gen. Mimikyu, though, manages to find the Regidrago here for Chauffeurs Deruta as they rotate into the top side, but that is not the combo you want to see coming up against as they put the pressure on here. Mimikyu tries to survive, is unable to do so as the Alolan Raichu was sent back to the spawn room as well. New Gen dominate.
I really liked watching that exchange. I see Lucario getting knocked up by the Buzzwole, but he just gets thrown right back in the portal and goes back to base unscathed and unharmed. It was a hilarious interaction, but Shadow Sneak coming in from the Mimikyu. Looking to maybe pressure. We move to the bot lane. Urshifu going for the dive. The knockout will be on the Umbreon. Now a 3v1. He is caught by the Raichu. Another knockout going back, but these short exchanges can sometimes be worth it. 7 minutes in the game, score 7-34. New Gen starting to etch out a lead.
Registeel is here. They're going to go for the rip. Can they get to it on the side of New Gen? No, they can't. That's taken by the Mimikyu. The enhanced charge beam's going to rip through their defenses, though. But they have to back on up because the pressure was too much. As Chauffeurs Deruta are now going to score some points into that T1 pad. Here comes the Water Bear as they get ready with the Rage's Fist. Doesn't find them as they're mean looked, though. And the Regieleki is taken by the Buzzwole in the top lane here, Professor. So New Gen trying to play both lanes here. And it's worked for them so far with managing to take the lead.
Well, if you know where they are, you know where they're not. And if there's 5 players bot lane, there's nobody contesting the top side. So you can go with a 1-4 split, grab the other objective, Miki. It's always going to be at least a neutral play and give you the possibility of possibly taking something in the bot lane, going for a net positive. And that's exactly what New Gen tried to do. They did lose the fight for the Reggie on the bot side, but they were able to pick up some knockouts and defend the pad while getting a massive advantage on top lane thanks to Buzzswole. Buzzswole now level 9, tied with the other 9 level players in the game, one of the most fed players here, and they were able to build a massive point advantage at the terms of about 80 points right now.
Oh, and they do not want to give up either. Mimikyu's been frozen here. They're going to dive straight back, and the play with me is used, but they get KO'd. That was not the move as they get sent back to Nurse Joy, and New Gen continue to find the KOs. Bright Future Meteor Storm here used to buy a little bit of space for New Gen. The Moonlight Prance was perfect, though, from Umbreon, as that's enough to defend the pad, and now New Gen have to be on the retreat with Mimikyu coming on back into the central area. The Alolan Raichu putting up the fight here, and they have managed to defend that pad.
All right, 16 seconds left until the bot Reggie spawns. A new fight and new opportunity for both teams to continue to contest this game. Players on Sheffers Deruta on the bot side here. Umbreon controlling the bush, trying to zone off New Gen from taking any dominant position or any prominent position.
Regirock here. Looking for the rip is New Gen. They do have the Umbreon for the disrupt. They do have the Alolan Raichu looking to get the range, but they've been zoned out. Good effort from New Gen to lock in that objective. Looks like Shafara's Daruto are going to be more concentrating on that top lane as they look to take that one instead. Points look to rain on in here as they break this pad. Rings are let loose by Hooper. They're sent back to Nurse Joy as Shafara's Daruto are going to send the rest of their team down here to see if they can find any picks. Endless Ice Spikes are going to come on through. They don't find the KOs they're looking for as Buzzwole does. There's the Ultra Swole Slam, and that's going to be New Gen cleaning up. Chauffeur's Daruta back to Nurse Joy.
Ooh, that looked like it was a penta knockout on the side of New Gen. They picked up one by one, piece by piece. Anything is a cinch if you go inch by inch. They took all 5 players apart bit by bit. It was really strong play from the side of New Gen, utilizing the healing from Caflable, pairing it with the lockdown hard CC of Suicune, and the high single target damage from Buzzswole and Urshifu, Water Bear. By able to get these targets, pick them apart, and disrupt the formation of the opposing team, they took the team fight, got a massive amount of EXP, and are now tied in EXP. 2 level 12s, 2 levels 11, 1 level 10, leading now with New Gen.
This is an interesting fight. Let's see what they want to do, because right now we don't have any objectives coming on in. There's no farm for them to go for, so they just kind of want to clash. We've got this one coming into the bottom lane, and they are a minute out from Groudon being on the field. Shafers Daruta really want to get aggressive here. Thunderstorm Aerial's going to go on down. They're looking for the KOs. They've just gone under a minute before Groudon's on the field, and Unite Move's being used. They've managed to find Umbreon. They've taken down Lucario. New Gen come out on top of that fight again.
New Gen showing it's not enough to clash. You have to clash as a team. You might call it a unity clash. I said it. I said the thing. Now, 30 seconds left on the board. Both teams are trying to get the last bit of positioning they can, the last bit of advantages they can. They grab the Reggie Ice here. It's going to give them group global EXP as well as a healing buff for New Gen. If they can take this buff into the next team fight, it's going to look really good for them. However, Shifres Deruta will be taking out the Reggie Alecki, possibly threatening a massive point gain against New Gen if it's able to collapse. And looks like New Gen will not be looking to defend.
There's the Groudon right now. New Gen, very comfortable at trying to show some attention to it. That Lecky has got in. Mimikyu is going to try and see if they can go score that Hundo Burger and give themselves the lead. Does mean that they are not in the fight, though. Lucario is in that top side as well. Now they've got vision on where the Mimikyu is at least, but New Gen, ball is in their court now. They're the ones that have to come up with something as they try and use the Buzzwole to engage. They do not find the pick they were looking for just yet, but it does mean Chauffeurs Daruta are on the bit of a back foot now that they've lost a lot of their HP for their Pokemon.
All right, Buzzwole goes in, does get touched by a stun from the Hoopa, but they will be able to pick up the knockout. Now a 5v4, New Gen has the advantage. Chauffeur Daruta had to have multiple players recall and come back at full HP. A coin flip might be happening on the ground as New Gen pressures Chauffeur Daruta to step in, to the pit. We do have Umbreon and Mimikyu on the flank here, but it's going to be a 5v2. Grabs come in from the Buzzwole. Umbreon in a very perilous position, but now Mega Lucario on the ground on, followed by Unite move of the Hoopa, bringing in its allies into the fight.
Oh, this is it. This is the fight. We've got the Bright Fury Meteor Storm going on down there, as well as it looks like New Gen have done enough to at least zone out Chauffeurs Daruta here. But you've got that Alolan Raichu in that top side looking to see if they can get the secure. They've managed to take them down. Lucario has gone. New Gen have aced Chauffeurs Daruta, and they have enough to go and score points here to take game one.
All right, there goes 100. There goes another 100. A third 100 about to come in. You get 100. You get 100. You get 100 and 100 for you. 100 for everybody. What are you going to do? New Gen is paving the way for this game. We'll be taking game one. They're doing fantastic.
I mean, you called it, to be fair, Professor. I think the fact that they have been winning consistently since that lower round 2 earlier throughout the day, and they continue to win so far. Chauffeurs Daruta, they are fresh off a defeat against BH3. Now they've got their defeat against New Gen so far. It's a best of 3 here in these final lower brackets, chat. It could all be down to this one next game. Chauffeurs Daruta have to get a win.
Yes, they do. This is a reminder for any team in the situation. A very powerful thing that I read lately is that life is a fight for territory, and so is Unite. If you are not fighting for what you want, then what you don't want will take over. Chauffeurs Daruta has to get their mind locked in and ready to go. They need to be hungry to take game 2 and turn this around for game 3. If they can win game 2, game 3 becomes infinitely easier. They need to know that it's possible. They now know that it's necessary, and they need to know it's up to them to be the change that they want to see and take game 2 and game 3 from New Gen.
Oh, that would be pretty huge. I mean, right now, New Gen are in different territory. They have been so used to it being a best of 1 for the rest of this lower bracket. They're probably quite surprised this is a best of 3 that they've got to go up against right now. So they know they have to lock in again. It's not like the job is done just yet.
that was them. Okay. Prediction said team has dipped from lobby, but they'll be right back as we get them in here. Sometimes a misunderstanding happens, but it's these moments of comic release of silliness that really bring out the fun in the community and in the experience. Not everything has to be, yeah! Sometimes you can having to be very tactical with the way they take these exchanges.
Just wait a minute here, as it looks like we are just slightly buffering, as that both teams are doing the same, just grabbing their own areas of farm. Doesn't get that with the kick, though, for
To the Scyther for a duo K streak, and it becomes a 3-0 streak as Kaflame, Blissey, the pink blob on the purple team, is sent back to the base.
yeah, I mean, Buzzwell just says, I eat electricity for breakfast as they clean up Chauffeurs de Route here. They found 86 points already on the board as New Gen get really aggressive with it. They're already in the central area of Chauffeurs de Route here. Not an easy task as they limit the combustion.
All right, Crustle possibly looking to continue to disrupt the opposing team jungle. Will miss the last hit here. Blaziken going to finish. It's clear, but Mimikyu now invading alongside Crustle. They could take out the Blaziken, hold it behind, and get themselves priority for a play on the top lane or the bot lane here. Very powerful tactics coming in from New Gen, and it looks like Blaziken will be caught out in his own jungle. The knockout going to Crustle, which is beautiful because Crustle is a level down, meaning he'll get more EXP from the knockout than his compatriot.
Always tough when another team is playing this aggressive against you because you have to find a way to get back into the early game and stop the snowballing that's going on. Buzzwall has been a difficult target, but they've managed to get the dual wing beat on the side of the Cypher here. That's really important, but they don't have the rest of their team with them. The Clefable will heal up the Buzzwall. They could have stayed a little bit too long there. They wisely get out of that fight. Umbreon is going to go down, unfortunately, as New Gen find more KOs that they're looking for. It's all down to Cypher to pick up the slack. They find the Regidrago, but Miraidon takes them back to Nurse Joy.
A lot of beautiful knockouts on the side of Mimikyu, showing to be an absolute menace here. Crustle building a wall out onto the Blaziken. Blaziken will be able to escape, though, and regroup with their team as they contest the Altaria birds in the bottom lane.
All right, 100 points to 18 now as New Gen continue to extend their lead. Mimikyu's going to go back into the central area here and hit those higher levels, find that Unite move as we have the first objectives take to the field. Pikachu back to Nurse Joy. Blaziken's trying to handle Buzzwall here. They do get kicked back, and that's going to be an execute as they find what they're looking for. And Chauffeurs de Route are going to go for the rip on the Registeel here, trying to see if they can stop that is the Mimikyu, but they've been zoned out. Registeel is going to be taken as New Gen begin to lose a little bit of a foothold that they've gained in this game so far. Here comes the enhanced charge beam from the Miraidon, going to use the eject button just for that. Doesn't find the Cypher, though, as Chauffeurs de Route to get back to their pad.
20% attack damage on the side of Chauffeur Taruta will be very advantageous for them if they're able to utilize it to grab the next objective or win the next fight. EXP between the two teams is pretty even right now. Both teams having a level 9, a level 10 now on the side of Chauffeur Taruta as Blaziken starts to etch a little bit ahead, but Unite moves are coming online for all players. Many points going over to Chauffeur Taruta as they close the gap from the top lane, now 67 to 100, but a new fight breaking out in the bot lane where Miraidon grabs the Regieleki.
This is going to be huge here as New Gen want to continue to put that pressure on. Regieleki is going on to the pad here, but they actually are going to retreat back, knowing that Buzzwall isn't yet in this fight. They're going to go back here. Clefable's going to be taken by the Cypher. Good defense from Chauffeurs de Route so far, but they want to get aggressive themselves now. They've got their Unite moves here. They know that that Mimikyu isn't in this fight. They've got some vision on where New Gen currently is as we see the Blaziken looking to see if they can find a pick with the kick, but they don't. They have to retreat now. New Gen are back and they're ready to go.
All right, Mimikyu here is ready for action. Gets a little bit of damage off on the Blaziken. Blaziken goes back with a Blaze Kick to grab some of the wild Pokemon. Mimikyu looking for a flank, but now in a compromising position as Chauffeur de Route tries to chase it out. Great spacing from New Gen. They're using the tethering tactic. If somebody moves forward, you move back. They're maintaining adequate space to avoid any perilous fights. 5 minutes of the game, score 67 to 100, and both teams are preparing for the top side Reggie.
Yeah, right now it's a close one, and it feels like Chauffeurs de Route are managing to at least get themselves a little bit more into these team fights. Let's dive through here on the side of Cypher. They don't find anything with it though. There goes the mean look onto the Mimikyu. Green Illusion dive will come through. They take down the Mimikyu. Buzzwall's gonna come as well, trying to see if they can find a connection onto the side of them, but they don't. As New Gen are just backed up to their pad, the Reggie Ice is gonna be taken by Chauffeurs de Route, and they're gonna use that as a way to build onto this pad right now. But Crussel's too strong. They hold strong with the Rubble Rouser. Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to be used here to buy the space for New Gen as they now push onto the T1 pad. Ultra Swole Slam into the Flux Zone. Gonna use the Blissey to take out the Umbreon. And New Gen have answered back in kind.
Barbecue on the flank, trying to clean up the remainder of the team fight here. Neutron picking up the knockout on both the Scyther and the Blaziken. They are now in a very strong position with the first level 12 on the board, having control, having the tempo. Chauffeurs de Route has to be very cautious of how they walk into this. New Gen is taking away wild Pokemon from the side of Chauffeurs de Route. If they're not going to have this wild Pokemon, they're not going to be able to get as much EXP, which means the preceding team fights will get easier for New Gen if they can manage to continue this lead. Chauffeurs de Route now on the bot side with priority players, 4 players down on the Regieleki.
What's crazy is that despite all this fighting that's going on, it's still a rather close game. 151 points to 67. There's nothing to sniff at. Looking at the levels, they've both got level 12s ready to go. They've both got strong Pokemon as the Thunderstorm's going to come through from Pikachu here, looking to see if they can find the KO. Doesn't find it just yet. Blaziken, though, on the retreat, manages to try and get a flank on. Doesn't find the picks just yet. Blissey is going to be taken down anytime these two brawl it out. New Gen seem to find an answer to get the wipes as Chauffeurs de Route. Now Umbreon is going to be stalled in the KO as they have to use the citrus berries, and New Gen extend their lead.
40 seconds left before the final objective, Groudon spawning into the board. There is almost a 200-point advantage on the side of New Gen. They were able to leverage that pad to their advantage, the healing and the shielding, paired with the Caflable in order to preserve their health bars in that last fight. One shutdown quickly led to 2 to 3 to 4, giving them more strength to come into this fight. My concern, though, on the side of New Gen is they did burn the Caflable Unite move, and I'm not sure Caflable's Unite move will be up and ready in time for this next fight.
No, and that could be a huge game changer because, of course, you could end up with a huge Unite move for this team fight. You could end up with pretty much anything. It could be the decider, but right now, it looks like New Gen being cautious with this. They know that they currently have the lead. It's all on the side of Chauffeurs de Route. They're the ones that have to make a move. Damage put onto Groudon already here. Crustle managing to find the hit onto the Pikachu. Has to use the eject button. There's the Thunderstorm, but they found a Mimikyu. That's a huge Pokemon for New Gen to no longer have. Bright Fusion Meteor Storm's going to come on down here. There's the Green Illusion dive. If they can't find anything with that second hit, though, it won't matter. There's the Butch coming through from the Buzzwall, and they do find the KOs here as Cypher looks to clean up New Gen. They've been Chauffeurs de Route going for the rip here, Professor.
As I said, a setback is a setup for a comeback. It's all about how you look at the game. They were able to look for a pick, grab the pick, take out the Mimikyu, meaning it was a 5v4 with many powerful tools on the side of Chauffeurs de Route. When they're able to use the Blissey ult to empower the Scyther, Scyther was able to do a massive amount of damage to New Gen. They have now taken the objective. They are in the lead, and if they press on, they could compromise the game. New Gen has 50 seconds left in order to get picks of their own, grab the buff from the opposing team, and use that to get their points. Blaziken might have been their opportunity to do that, but they just took out the Miraidon, and Miraidon will not come back and play to make any impact on the remainder of the game.
Cypher goes and gets another 80. That's going to be all she wrote, as Chauffeurs de Route are going to take us to a game 3 here, realistically. There's not a lot more that New Gen can do. What a way. I mean, it all came down to the final fight yet again, buddy, but that's the power of Cypher. Once you have the team around you, once you have that assistance, it can do damage.
Oh, the Blissey ult comes in clutch again. Scyther is able to pick up a knockout on the Mimikyu and possibly more coming in. A double TO streak will be grabbing the Conflable, but Miraidon finishes up with some knockouts of their own. New Gen is down, but not out. Both teams now 1-1 with one more game to decide who goes on to day 2.
And the thing is, you know, we called it. It's all about the fact that Chauffeurs Naruto now know New Gen, they can beat them. They do have a way of doing so. So they just got to win this next game and they can get into that day 2. 10 KOs coming out from Enisus there. 2 assists, 210 points as well. No surprises they hit that MVP mark.
129,000, 47% of damage on the Scyther. That checks out. I also want to point out the Conflable, 102,000 points of recovery. That's a lot of healing. I'm not sure either one of those picks might get through into the next game. Conflable was a huge boon for New Gen. It allowed them to have a lot of favorable team fights. Scyther, on the other hand, was a really good solution to the pick of Miraidon. And perhaps Scyther might be something they have to remove. The question is, though, if they take him out of the game, what will take his place?
Yeah, and it's one of those where there's so many Pokemon that are so good in this game right now. I mean, you have to use these bans on these Megas, for example. You have to use them on the Suicunes, you know what I mean? It's such a difficult time to really try and combat what worked against you in that, because you can't just think, oh, let's ban it. Do you know what I mean? You've got to maybe let's take it, or maybe there's a different plan, because you're going to be banning those Megas, you're going to be banning that Suicune, and we've seen so many supports get banned as well. It's a difficult time to really be doing draft pick in Pokemon Unite. There's so many different ways to go.
I think it's getting better and better. One of the biggest drawbacks in draft is that your choices are really to steal or to ban. There's not sufficient strong picks to match some of these guys so that you can counter pick or find a solution for them instead. There's a little bit of a hierarchy when it comes to the strength of these characters. And the gaps between, you see these tier lists all the time, the gaps between an A-lister and an S-lister, or a B-lister and an A-lister, is not that big, but there is a big gap between B and S, or C and S, depending on what pool you go to. Meaning there's either a really niche solution that you might be able to take an all-ball pick, or there's just a large portion of the roster that realistically would put you at a disadvantage if you pick. If they can continue to add to the roster, bring in some more powerhouses, or bring up the power of some of these weaker picks, you might have a different way to go about the draft, where it's not just about stealing or banning. Counterplay becomes a very powerful tactic. And I just don't see that right now in Unite.
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with you, buddy. As we have a look in this game-free ban stage here, Miraidon is going to be taken out by Chauffeurs Naruto. They've had enough of that enhanced charge beam, not to mention the strong Unite move as well. They're going to stick with the bans on Suicune and the Mega Lucario. New Gen, they're going to stick with their ban on the Mega Charizard, Dhelmise, but Blissey is going to be taken out by them.
I like the Blissey, man. I think the Blissey enabled the Scyther. They were able to beat the Scyther in a good number of fights. If they prevent him from getting that damage reduction from the Blissey, I think they can deal with it.
And I think Chauffeurs Naruto are going to be over the moon with the fact that they let through the Darkrai and actually get to pick it first as well. They've been banning it throughout previous games, so clearly they feel like it's a big threat, but now they're going to take it for their team as the Blaziken and Clefable combo comes out for New Gen.
All right. I like to see the Clefable. Clefable had a lot of healing for New Gen. They want to rinse and repeat on that one, but Chauffeurs Naruto needs to come up with a strategy on how to counter that. They have just been going through a lot of different picks. Is that Aegislash? I can't really tell what that is. No, that's Zacian. That's Zacian. Okay.
It does look like the Aegislash though. I'm with you, buddy, but it's only until you realize that, yeah, it's got the sword. It's a Zacian. It looks pretty, but it's so disguised.
If the game didn't give me a pop-up when they locked it in, I never would have known.
I only knew because of the sword on the held items. I was like, oh, that's a rusted sword. That's Zacian. But it is going to be a Leafeon for new gen here. They're going to pair that with Umbreon as well. Chauffeurs de Ruta, give me an Armarouge. I would absolutely love that pick right now. Let's go. Looks like a Fire Spin Armarouge. Although, I mean, we've got the helmet. That's what I'm expecting.
I like Fire Spin Armarouge, but I also really like the I guess the Side Shock Fire Spin is the build for Armarouge. I don't know why I was thinking Flame Charge. Although Flame Charge can be really interesting. I don't think they take Flame Charge on this one.
I mean, they could go for the armor cannon, you know, a little bit of range. They don't actually have, although, you know, Darkrai's got range. I think, yeah, I think the Fire Spin definitely has to be a pick here. You've got that Leafeon that's going to be coming on in and getting really in your face. Same with the Blaziken. You can actually go toe-to-toe with those Pokemon if you have that Hooper that sticks with you, if you have the Crustle giving you assistance. So this is actually a pretty good comp from Chauffeurs de Ruta, and I like it.
I like it too. I think Chauffeurs de Ruta has the advantage of this draft. They have a lot of mobility with the Hoopa. Worked really well in game one. I do like the Zacian here too. I think Zacian would be a really good way to force some of those engages when paired with the Crustle and take down some of these squishier, more utility picks that New Gen has.
This is it. This is the one that decides who is going to be the final team that makes it to day 2 here. I'm just having a look. There's, I think, just one more game currently going on, and that has just gone to game 3 as well. So just 2 games to decide the final few teams going, buddy. Who's it going to be here? Is it Chauffeurs de Ruta on New Gen? On the other side, it's All Roads Lead to or Big Uzi to see who goes through to game 2.
This is it, the moment you've been waiting for. Both teams 1-1 in a best-of-3 battle to the finish. Chauffeurs de Ruta and New Gen going to give it all that they've got. Let's have a cheer from the audience. This is their shot.
This is Pokemon Unite. Chauffeurs de Ruta are going to send the Darkrai into the central area. We have Leafeon doing the same for New Gen here, but this Zacian's going to get really aggressive out of the gate. Hooper to provide them with assistance. They've got to try and capitalize whilst they can, because here comes Leafeon.
Oh, Leafeon, level 4 gank. We'll be using the Temple. They do evolve at level 4, and if they can get the pick here, it's worth it. But if it's unsuccessful, it could be bad for them. But there we go. Torchic gets the knockout on the Hoopa. Darkrai, level 5, has a level advantage on the Leafeon here. Is going to be trying to go for a collapse, and we do have a bit of a stall here. They've been stopped in time. Hoopa, Celebi, somebody do something. Get the teams back on the board.
Yeah, RCS is having absolutely none of this as they've currently frozen time. We're now going to reconnect and see what's currently been going on as New Gen has been able to defend that pad so far by the looks of it. It did have Darkrai showing down the barrel, trying to see if they can find some KOs, but that doesn't happen.
All right. New Gen. Right here, the bot lane will pick up a knockout onto the wild Pokemon. Caflabo going for a cheeky little back cap to build some stacks if they have the stacking items. They haven't quite confirmed, but Umbreon will take the knockout onto the Zacian. New Gen currently building a small lead ahead.
As we come back to us now, and we'll try and see what technical issues are currently going on. I mean, it happens. Either way, though, I think it's a difficult matchup here because New Gen, as soon as Chauffeurs de Ruta have their power spikes, that is going to be a difficult comp for them to break through here on the side of New Gen, Professor. And it's all going to be about how much this Leafeon can capitalize in the early stages.
I agree with that. Sorry, that's a reference to something totally different. But I do agree. Like, Leafeon is going to fall behind their counterparts here if they go even. You have to get a lot of advantage in the early game with Leafeon in order to get ahead. Otherwise, it's just going to be on the back foot. Leafeon is really good at that. New Gen was successful with the first gank here, and they are bringing some of their players ahead. If they can get through a few of these awkward moments where Chauffeurs de Ruta has a stronger mid game, New Gen might come out all right.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about surviving that early game here. I mean, right now, they've got the power spikes that they're looking for. Their Alolan Raichu is online. They've got the Combusken. They just need to hit those extras. Level 6 now on the field, but Darkrai has hit level 7. We've got the Fire Spin for the Armarouge on the side of Chauffeurs de Router as they now rotate here for this Regidrago. New Gen trying to see if they can take it away as well. Leafeon coming on in here. It's getting pretty weak. Zacian's going to go for the rip, and they do find it. Chauffeurs de Router gets even more advantage in this early game.
Oh, beautiful play coming from the Armarouge. Going to be a double knockout. They continue to chase it down. Looks like it is going to be a Fire Spin Side Shock build, which is a massive amount of damage. A Quadra knockout going over to Chef de Ruta as they pick apart New Gen. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here comes Chauffeur, and they are ready for more. They're here to throw some hands and make them understand that their plan is to go on to day 2.
Oh, here comes the Psycho Boom! But unfortunately, they're on their own here, Professor, as Chauffeurs de Router have been caught out. The Registeel's going to be taken by the Zacian, but New Gen have managed to find the Armarouge, and now they won't have the Fire Spin in this team fight. The Regieleki's going to go to New Gen, and Chauffeurs de Router have to go on the retreat now. The Zacian can't get into the bottom part without Hooper bringing the assistance. New Gen really want to push this. Not sure if that's wise. They do have the rotation coming in from the Zacian now, and they are trying to defend this Regieleki. There's an Emerald two-step, though, as they take out the Crustle and the Hooper, and it does look like New Gen are going to do what needs to be done to get back in this game.
All right, that's going to be some knockouts going into them. They get some points to help shore up the lead, and it looks like 5 points go in and another 40 go in. They're now in the lead on the side of New Gen, and they're going to overcap for about 13 points, if I counted that correctly. Crustle trying to defend the pad, goes in 1v4, does get picked apart by New Gen. New Gen now has the tempo on the board. Zacian trying to retreat and get away, leveraging the berry in order to do that. Hoopa dropping a portal to the top side, trying to match this rotation.
Ooh, does look like Zacian's going to clean up here as well. Oh, that is tough. Look how weak they are.
Oh.
Leafeon tries to find them, but unfortunately a little bit too late. Chauffeurs de Router still giving that advantage in these team fights.
All right, 5 minutes in the game. We're getting to the halfway mark, and both teams are very much still alive. Zacian and Darkrai, level 11, but more level 10s on the side of New Gen. It's kind of an average against peak here. And the EXP is just really tight, and so is the score. Only about 40 points difference. One play away from either team taking or maintaining the lead. A pick happening right now as the fight breaks out. Armarouge taking out the Blaziken.
Ooh. Well, they looks like they want to continue to push this fight as well as Rubble Rouser is going to be used. There's the Moonlight Prance taking the shield away from the Crustle instantly. Great response here for New Gen as Regilock's going to take onto the field. Rings are let loose by Hooper. Diving on in with the Emerald two-step though is Leafeon as they find the Armarouge, but they are responded by the Zacian, and they're sent back to Nurse Joy as they lock in the Regirock. Anytime Chauffeurs de Router seem to be on a bit of a back foot in these team fights, they find a way to come out on top despite New Gen scoring more points.
There is a will, there is a way, and all you have to say is, I am hungry for this. I am excited. I am optimistic. I am invincible, and I am unstoppable. I'm going to play all that I can play in order to make this go my way. And that's exactly what Chauffeur de Router is doing. They're not letting Murphy get in their way. They're playing the best that they can. Oh, a beautiful flash knockout coming in from Zacian, almost one-tapping the Raichu right there, grabbing the Regieleki and giving them another way back into this game.
Defense here from New Gen, really looking to be on point, but they're not going to be able to do too much as that Lecky is going to walk on through. That's the power of Fire Spin Armarouge. It takes so much resources to try and take it out when it has the assistance of its support, of the defender around it as well. Regidrago is going to be taken by the Zacian. New Gen are having to use so much in these team fights. They've managed to score more points, but right now they have to use a lot to try and get these picks. Blaziken here does manage to find a good hit onto the Hooper. Leafeon cleaning that up means that they don't have that support in this next fight. Double KO comes through as Leafeon looks to clean up. There's the Emerald two-step, finds the triple, but the revenge from Zacian is swift as they go through onto the side of the Umbreon as well. Has to retreat though as New Gen look to extend their lead.
One of the things I really like to see from Blaziken that's super interesting to watch their playstyle is how they hold that Blaze Kick and use it as a zoning tool to discourage people from walking in further. It has discouraged Zacian here. Zacian had to repick the way that he takes this fight, but he's ready to go in on this one now that they have a number advantage backed up by the Crustle, the Darkrai, and the Armor Rouge. New Gen going back to their pad before reassessing how to take this fight.
Right now, New Gen, they have the lead, but the Regirock's going to go to Chauffeurs de Route. They have the advantage of the defense buff. They also have plenty of experience on their side that they can go and grab now, as we're 20 seconds away from Groudon taking to the field. We are now so close to finding out who will go through to day 2 between these two, and what a set it's been.
It has just been a constant back and forth. Chauffeurs de Route will be the one ahead in the EXP lead right now with a level 14 on the board. Both teams having 3 players level 13 in level 13 in ahead. Both teams are taking the position. Darkrai is going for some preparation, getting some sleeps, getting some damage off on New Gen. Recovery will come from the Caflable, trying to keep New Gen incredibly healthy before this fight breaks out.
Is one good advantage that they've got. That AoE effect healing is going to be so good compared to the Hooper having to use that cooldown and get them back home. Really, right now they have the advantage. They just need to find a way to get the pick, but the answer has been strong. There's a wall coming through from Crustle again, and now they're trying to see if they can break on out of it. They dive on through with the Fire Spin. Zacian's going to find the Umbreon. The Emerald 2-step though from the Leafeon was absolutely beautiful. Raichu's going to find a KO, but Zacian's going to answer in kind. Chauffeurs de Route only lose the one right now. New Gen are on the back foot. The Rip is coming through on the side of the Groudon. They've got the Zacian, the Fire Spins in there as well, just trying to see if they can zone them out, but Blaziken finds the answer as Zacian sent back to Nurse Joy. Leafeon just escapes the claws of the Crustle as they find the KO, and now New Gen have the advantage.
All right, Umbreon using the Unite move. Darkrai tries to go in, does not get the steal. Leafeon is able to secure the objective, getting another double knockout for their team. New Gen, 30 seconds on the board, currently in the lead, and will get more points going in. There's 100, another 100 sure to follow in the top lane. 56 comes in, and that will be it. New Gen is the victor of this series and will be going on to day 2.
What a set it ended up being, buddy, and what a journey New Gen has been on to get to day 2 tomorrow. They went down to the lower bracket in round 2, and they have fought their way in a best-of-1 brawl to come here to this final set, and finally managed to defeat Chauffeurs de Route to take themselves over to day 2.
It was a Pokemon journey indeed, as we watch these Unite Legends have this big showdown in order to put all they have on the line and make it to the day 2 of the Unite Legends Showdown tournament. Very impressive. Looking at the numbers here, a lot of players hovering around the same point. Leafeon, 78,000. Blaziken, 63,000. And when we move to the timetable here, both teams almost neck and neck all the way through into that final stretch at 8 minutes, where we're able to see a significant gain coming on the side of New Gen after acquiring the Groudon.
But look at the objectives taken by Chauffeurs de Route. They got every single Reggie other than one Regieleki here. And New Gen, they just farmed and fought and really found a way to keep up with it despite those advantages that Chauffeurs de Route got. You've got every Reggie buff that you can get in this game that they managed to take away.
All right. So, Tano, after watching these series that we've watched together today, what is a takeaway that you think the average viewer, the average player can take from watching what they just saw today?
That a game of Pokemon Unite is not over no matter how much you are losing until that final moment. That is Pokemon Unite.
I could not agree more. As we saw today, there were many games where one team looked to have a clear lead and it got swapped back with some type of reversal. One play, one moment, one slip up from one player, and the whole thing just went heads over heels in the opposite direction. As long as there's hope, as long as there's patience, there's always an opportunity to come back.
100%. I couldn't not agree more, buddy. I think that's one of the reasons why we love this game so much. It's definitely better with the way that it's designed now with the Groudon, but I just love the fact that you have to work as a team until that bell is rung. They say play to the whistle. That's exactly what you got to do here in Pokemon Unite, and it's never game over until those final few moments. What a way to bounce back by a lot of these teams, and I believe it is New Gen that will make it through to day 2. I'm just going to have a nosy and see if we've got an update on that other team. I think it's All Roads Lead 2 or Big Uzi. No, we're still deciding who is going to be the one from there going to day 2, buddy. That's still in game 3 right now.
I look forward to finding out the results on that one. But with that said, I believe we are done for the day. Does not appear to be any more matches.
I don't think so. I think we do have some thank yous.
Oh, we have one more.
Do we? Do we?
I don't know.
Oh, you got my hopes up there, bro.
I got your hopes up. Well, you know, gaslighting is something that I'm really phenomenal at. I've been teaching my students how to do that. It's a really good sense of humor. And
no, we don't. So we don't. Okay, so we do have thank yous to give. So a huge shout out and a huge thank you to, of course, Big Uzi one. Okay, so huge shout out.
Big Uzi.
Big Ooze. They're the ones that managed to make the win to day 2. But yes, huge shout out to our squad here. It takes a lot behind the scenes for us to put this kind of stuff on. We will be back tomorrow, but a huge shout out to the previous casters before us. We had Draku and we had the amazing Bridget, and of course the amazing Professor Malice on the mic with me here as well today. Appreciate you as always, buddy.
Oh, I feel very well appreciated. They got my name on there twice. It says Malice and Professor Malice. I think I just outshined you, Tano. I don't even see your name on there. But you know what? I'm going to give you a thank you anyways, because you are a phenomenal caster. And I always love doing work with you. Other people that we'd like to give a shout out to will be our observers, Bina and Lordy, as well as our producer, Yamin, and the admins that helped put this together, which were, of course, Lordy, Tan, and Leo, our co-streamers for this series. Will also be Palmex, who was the Spanish caster, Rorla, who was from Brazil, and Tasong, who was the French casters. Thank you so much for making this a wonderful production. It would not be a team without you, and that's why we are united in what we call Unity Clash.
Rightly so. Couldn't have said it better myself, buddy. We will be back tomorrow for the day 2 action. You won't want to miss it. Let's see who ends up winning. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, chat, and we will catch you tomorrow.